It's time for more of this, and 5 more rolls on standard, since it's the start of a new month. Okay, that's something. Okay. So, here we are. Check something. Got a little bit more of crystals. Let's see, one more thing. Yep, and there's another Dina quest. That's the big, exciting thing. Cool. Okay, understandable. As always, you're free to live your own life. You don't need to make excuses. You can come and go as you please. But I do appreciate your presence. Okay, and oh, that... Yep, we got a little bit more. Oh, a crown. Nice. Zhao lanterns. Because you can send them to other worlds now. That's exciting. So first and foremost... It's just the, yeah, it's just the version highlights, right? Yeah, whatever. No, wait, so what's showing the... Oh, I think I might have gotten a response on my bug report submission. I think so. That's funny. Well, in that case... Yeah. Oh, it's another wargame event. Oh, that's fun. The photo event and the, yeah. Yar. Did they give me feedback on my bug report? Oh, okay. Progress details. Oh, they responded. Well, okay. But I didn't... Oh, that's sad. Oh well. But it's not a RAM issue. They said it was a RAM issue. It wasn't a RAM issue. Well, whatever. But wait, it wasn't about... Okay. Oh, is it just about the shop bundle? Okay, well, whatever. It's a cool enough outfit. Yeah, it was just about the costumes. I might kill them. Okay. So... We can... take one of these, even though I don't really use them. Yeah, we got... how many? We got 86. Does that mean there are no more crowns? Hey, 86 the crowns. This is a food service joke. Okay. Get that, because we may as well. We all, again, have far more Stardust than I will ever know what to deal with. So, there we go. Yeah. Also, for what it's worth, as it turns out, though it might be different for Fwynn's, because he has a lot of EM already, and the EM share probably is going to overcap in terms of effectiveness quite quickly. But we do have a 1 Wandering Even Star, which is actually very, very good. To be fair, we also have 1,000 Floating Dreams, and if I need to run Sucrose and Stygian, and if Nahida isn't on the other team, she could use this. That said, all that does is stack EM even higher, and it doesn't have the Throwing Tails buff. And again, honestly, Fwynn's has enough EM. He probably doesn't really want to switch the buff from an attack buff to an EM buff, all things considered, but still. I tried using Aino on my own after things disconnected yesterday, and in place of Columbina to beat Raskolnikov, and it was able to do it. And R1, well, C0R1 Shibai should be able to actually beat the Lord of Hidden Depths on Dire. But of course, that I may need to reconfigure some of the artifacts, and in particular, Goro would want either Instructor or the Silken Moon set on Goro, which is very funny. Okay. And yeah, you're out of here. See ya. Oh, hello. There we go. I do appreciate a lot of the team's damage, even though Lunar Charge is largely functioning to activate the additional damage that Ineffa and Flints have. It still is dealing meaningful damage in and of itself, which is more than can be said of Lunar Bloom. Though again, I imagine that a lot of the way Lunar Bloom was changed was to avoid the issue of it being, you know, original Bloom being an AoE damage, including to you reaction, and also outright being area limited, and becoming hard to use for a number of reasons. But also, I imagine not wanting to step on healers' feet as something making blooms explode faster. Though, to be fair, it's not as if Burgeon and Hyper Bloom don't already exist as a way to, deal with the low range of bloom cores and make them go farther. But even still, Columbina's gravity interference for Lunar Bloom is basically a bunch of Hyper Blooms. It is single target focused instead of being AoE, such as the Lunar Crystallize and Lunar Charge gravity interference versions. But part of that is also so that it has more instances. Well, if it really came down to it, I guess they could always have made it multiple AoE explosions, you know, multiple bloom core detonations instead of doing what they did, which was, of course, have it be single target projectiles that home in on enemies, similar to the Hyper Bloom projectile. But, oh goodness. One way or another, it definitely contributed to Lunar Bloom being a single target focus reaction, to the extent it can even really be called a reaction. Because it, at least in terms of the reaction damage, because Lauma does have her holy Lunar Bloom nuke, but that's, you know, once or twice a rotation at most, and it isn't doing that much damage. It dealt a lot more damage in beta. It got significantly nerfed mid 6.0 beta. Originally, it was a genuine nuke. It is not that anymore. Also, Fisher Lady is actually an Intel Collection NPC, but yeah, that doesn't show up at all unless you have a Curatorium NPC in the party. I mean, Curatorium character in the party. Okay. Poor Yahuda. She deserves better. In what sense? Various. Okay. Should be able to actually... we'll see how much I can get done over the next 3 hours and a half for Lempo. A lot of stuff around here that's character dependent, actually. Here in Nasha Town. Hello. Iliga apparently has a lot of special dialogue with Pyramida NPCs. Which makes sense. So we can go and get our... our moon commission. Last night on my own I tried out what is currently the best TCG team, which is Hydrotolpa, Escoffier, and Winnie. It's very summons focused, which lets you spam a number of reactions at the end of the round on a single character. And that's a lot of the strength, because summons all hit when the round ends. And of course, if you were triggering overload, it might be different, but that's part of why the team doesn't have any overload on it in TCG. It would then switch characters, but, you know, as things stand, you're getting... And the primary idea is that round 1, you're getting Escafé's talent card, which has her cooking mech, which is her summon, do a single little 1 damage cryo hit without consuming any uses of the thing in and of itself, so to speak. And okay, let's try one quick time. If I put Sucrose on 1,000 Floating Dreams, would that make this team stronger or not? So right now she's got 648. Yeah, because it's all going to be damage percent, which means nothing to her. No, it's a good amount more, but I don't imagine the team cared that much about. Well, we'll see. Right, Aino needs to borrow Columbina's set. Oh, this is our test. I did also test out on my own the DPS of the Sustainless Nefer team with dash cancels. And of course, the dash cancels make a massive difference. But even with, and people were talking about this beforehand, but I wanted to test it myself, you know, the dash cancel Nefer team with Columbina, though to be fair, both Columbina and Lauma were on Silken Moon, might have been a bit different if Columbina was on Albaid, or if Columbina kept Silken Moon, and then Lauma took, say, a double EM set, you know, a mix-and-match set, in order to just maximize her own EM. Though I imagine you could also use instructors, but I refuse to use 4-star artifacts out of principle. But with that just maximized quill damage, it could be a bit better, but it was still a good 15 to 20 DPS less than the Flynn's team, and that was the Sustainless Nefer team. Thank you. Happy ball-iversary. Would that be a ball anniversary? But that's a bit harder to say. Okay, let's try this again with weapons. This is Sucrose on 1,000 Floating Dreams. Yep, Sucrose with full lamp. I wonder if that's better or if it's worse than Thrilling Tales. It's certainly a bit more flexible. Oh, that's sad to hear. Sorry to hear that. Okay, and now Ballerk. Oh. And this is quite strong. You have enough for another hit. Nice. This actually seems to maybe be a little worse. It's crazy. Well, not that crazy. Because again, Flynn's has a lot of attack buffs already. By the way, the artifacts that he does not really need. More EM than he already has. This team in general, really. I could see it being a little bit better. Oh, thank you. I didn't see that. I saw it at 49. 499 last. I did not know it had reached 500. But thank you for keeping track for me. Every day we get stronger. Yeah, this... I guess this is a little bit better. It's not that much better, which again makes sense, because Flint already has a lot of... Oh, yeah, but still. Okay. That was a swing and a miss. There we go, another one. Let's take advantage of all of this. No. Having to do that midway is not fun. Okay, this is decent. What kind of coffee? Do you go for dark coffee, or... Okay, I think this is actually a little worse than Drone Tales. Again, I do have Wandering Evenstar now. It may just be a matter of crits missing versus... But no, this is actually slightly worse than Thrilling Tales. That's crazy. Okay. I'm not that familiar with Is Zamoka generally dark or light? I'd imagine it's light, right? Thank you. Keep hitting. I don't even know if that affects the board. It's doing that for the EM boost. But yeah, the team stacks so much EM that really it's not all that needed. We missed a few important crits. I'll try this one more time, but I think Throwing Tails is better. That's actually heretical. Wandering Even Star may be a little bit better, but then I'd also have to try to sync up. Oh goodness. I would have to try to sync up with the 2-second window where you can actually double stack the buffs, which would be unpleasant. Yeah. Okay. No. Thank you. And for another one, which, yeah, if I don't break that first rotation, it's definitely not happening. That is kind of sad. It's worth trying, maybe, but, yeah, that sucked. Oh well. Yeah, because we got exactly 120 seconds. It was the buzzer beater, and that took Throwing Tails. And again, some of it is probably crit fishing on Flynn's, but I think a lot of it is also just he gets a lot of EM from the artifact set, from Ineffa's burst when it's up, from Sucrose's EM share, to the point that the value of a buff there is significantly diluted, and the attack buff from Throwing Tails is better in the end. That is kind of heretical. Wow. Well, we got a few of these, so let's toss a few blues out. This is going to be how much? Take us from Kermert. Oh, to 75 exactly. Wow. Let's see what happens. 70. Oh, already! We're right there. Give us something good. Oh. That's C6. Well, there we go. That's something. A little bit earlier. Maybe someday in the future I'll get a Masterless Star Glitter and have to figure out who to use it on. Honestly, I think it would be Neuv. I can't think of anyone other than Neuv. Because it isn't that much anyway, but the only characters who are really benefiting from level 95 or 100 would be HP scalers. To an extent, transformative reaction scalers too, but they actually changed the level scaling calculation for reaction damage to make going to 95 and 100 less impactful than it would have been based on the way the math worked previously. Oh, it's the flute. We could put that on Qiqi. Well, the big thing is that there's one character who genuinely gets nothing from it. Or the character who gets the absolute least. Can you guess who? It's Nefer. Because she isn't getting any more EM from it, and Lunar Bloom isn't scaling off of level in any way, shape, or form. So it's... the only thing she's getting is a bit more HP, defense, and attack, which maybe slightly increases the damage of burst, but no. And this is, I guess, well, it works outside of Nodcry, but it is kind of strictly worse in Nodcry than Columbina's. Yeah. Just base kit revive, but hey, that's not nothing. We have a little bit more Star Glitter now. We got 10 from that. Yeah, next Qiqi, that's 25. To the extent that means anything. But it, I was thinking about actually farming stuff for Even Star. Maybe, you know, why not? Why not? Wouldn't kill me. Get some Sumeru plates. Not in a bad position. I'm at how much? Yeah. It's going to be another blue, which I thought might make a difference in going past pity, but it didn't. The really funny thing is, one of these days, they gotta give me Primordial Jadewing Spear. Either on the weapon banner or from standard, right? Right? Well, maybe. And new theater's up, and this is a very funny lineup. I want to see real quick. They don't have it. They got Ayaka and Ayato past next patch, which again means very little to me because I only have one of those characters. Yeah, they've added Klee and Ayato. They've added 2 out of 3 of the characters I don't have. They gonna add Ito soon? As a trail? At least I can use the keys. They don't go to waste. Even if I can't run the character, but Aino's troubles remain unresolved. I have all characters in the game but 3. And 2 out of 3 of those characters are gonna have Echo Trail challenges. It's whatever the opposite of serendipitous is. Okay. It's deeply accursed. So the deep accursed enemy from Dark Souls 3. Oh well. So this is the Aino Anecdote. The Anecdote. Which the wiki says needs Lauma specifically. But Columbina can also talk to animals, so I wanted to test this. I wanted to wait to do this. I wanted to test it out. Little dearie, you gotta eat your breakfast or you're never gonna grow up big and strong. Da-da-da. I know there was still a lacunary residue hanging from the corner of its mouth. Aw. Oh, what? Its recovery is progressing smoothly. A few more days we can ask Miss Lauma to send it back to its herd. Yep, Lauma mentioned bring Lauma or suffer. Or you have to repeat this 4 more times. Da-da-da. I know, I'm sure you know that it deserves to go back home instead of staying with us. But did the Lady Moonchander from the Frostmoon Signs not say as much when she came to treat the deer? Its family might be worried about it. Once it has recovered, it would be best to send it home. Yahari? I know, but it's not well yet. She's gotten attached to her pet. Not really a pet. Da-da-da. Does her leg still hurt? Do you want to go home? Yeah, because Evenstar has a balance of giving EM, which Thrilling Tales does not, and also giving an attack buff, which is significantly less, but it's also consistent and team-wide, which means it would boost Ineffa too. So it's probably better in the long run than just keeping to use Throwing Tales. Da-da-da. Not like you can talk to them. Well, Aino didn't the Lady Moonchander promise us that she would come and pick up the deer, which is, of course, the cute bring Lauma. Bring Lauma. When the time comes, let's ask her to listen to what the deer has to say again. Someone who's good at taking care of animals and can understand them. And that's your hint, but it does record the anecdote. But again, you have to repeat it a few more times if you don't have Lauma. I know a better choice. Returning the fawn to the wild might be the better choice, however. I know didn't the Lady Moonchander promise us that she would come and pick up the deer? But Linnea, the biologist who might be a lunar crystal, is dedicated support, which is crazy because we already have Illiga. Which means Shibai team may end up being hilariously overloaded. But when the time comes, let's ask her to listen to what the deer has to say again. Is a biologist who people are thinking may have the same kind of abilities, but can this work on you? Oh, even though Columbina has animal dialogue, it is only Lauma. It's specific. Animal speech is not enough. It does not matter that Columbina has special affinity. They asked for Lauma. If Lauma were here, then maybe. Oh my goodness. They're just saying it needs to be Lauma. That's evil. Yeah, welcome back. Sonotoki ni. If you try it 3 times, it just says, bring Lauma. Bring Lauma. actually, you just have to let it pass. If Lauma were here, then maybe. I have not done the new theater. I'm waiting for Jibai. Because it's a Geo theater. And it's basically intended to be the Lunar Theater, because Nefer, Lauma, Ineffa, and Flynn's are all of the guest star characters. And of course you can use Bina, Aino, and Shibai and Illiga at base. It's, you know, everyone except Yahoda. Poor Yahoda. Yahoda will never not be suffering. Yeah. Fair. And so it's time to switch to Lauma, which will mean getting more stamps. 9 out of 10. It's an Aino one. Switch to you. Aino didn't know Lady Moonchanter promised us that she would come and pick up the deer. When the time comes, let's ask her to listen to what the deer has to say again. Perhaps Lauma can help them. Yeah, maybe. This little one has recovered well thanks to your diligent care. When I return, I'll ask around in advance. Fair. I didn't know you were going for Illiga before. I mean, Jibai before. Was it to have someone to use Illiga for? Because Illiga literally has no utility other than being a Jibai buffer. It's genuinely sad. But she does want him badly. If fortune smiles upon me and I manage to locate its herd, then the next time I come, it will be to send this fawn home. But, I understand you cannot bear to see it leave, but this little Rimehorn Deer has its own family, and its father, mother, and friends must surely be worried sick. Once it is well, I believe it would be best to have it reunite with its own. I know, but it's not well yet. Da-da-da. Does your leg still hurt? Do you want to go home? Well, Aino can't talk with animals. Lauma can. It says it doesn't hurt anymore, but can you brush my fur again? Aw, cute. Every kid gets a first pet. Okay, let me grab my comb. I just asked Ineffa to make a new one yesterday. Yeah, did you want Jibai for any specific reason or just collection? If you like it, you can take it back with you to your family. Aw. Wait, huh? Where'd I put it? Let me go back home and dig around. Did Ineffa bring it, or... well... Conversation between adults. Now I shall take my leave. Once again, I thank you for taking such good care of the little one. I came in a rush today, so next time I shall prepare some gifts. Now that's thriftiness, I suppose. Do not force yourself to go out of your way for gifts, Miss Lauma. Aino loves the deer, and I do too. It is only natural for us to care for it. So would it have been just for someone to use Illiga for? Besides, Aino and I are happy to have a chance to talk to it. Is that so, huh? Well, the Rimehorn Deer is very fond of you too. I'm sure it considers both of you its true friends. I believe this is a friendship that will not fade even if you are worlds apart. It's not like Qiqi Island is all that far away. This is about as close as you can get to Qiqi on Lempo. And now, since we did that, you get... oh wait. Well, interesting. Okay. That's fine. Wait. I guess it'll be from the final one. Yeah, time to say farewell. That's presumably the one we'll get 5 from. Requirements. Lauma must be in your party. So this one will be next time. I presume. Okay. Okay. Well, then. Yeah, this one here. Just to make sure. We don't need to check and find anything that may have shown up as a consequence of... Oh, well, disappeared as a consequence of the quest. The daily commissions. So yeah, let's get some arrow plates real quick. Could try using the Dendro here, I guess, but this team is just better. It's kind of sad, though. Tower of Abject Pride. And the quest now is going to be... Moonlight Sonata, Lingering Resonance. Oh, you have to play. Interesting. Something from another nation. Fair. Where are you trying to run, in particular? Because I know New is a good option there, right? They do have the Kukasaur, which is just a Hydro check. Which is still funny. Okay, and... Well, most of them are already gone. Yeah. Okay. And that's all. This team really is stronger than it needed to be. We didn't even need the burst. Okay. Like 3994. His flexibility does make him good for theater, but his energy requirements can be a little onerous. That's for sure. Thank you. And the second round hit the second wave. That's impressive. And that's, yep, good amount of resin. Oh look, another blue fang. Maybe it'll be another Qiqi. I do really wonder whether... Oh... What kind of buffs we may eventually get for Jean and for... Oh, wow. Thank you. Boom. Jean and Qiqi, maybe? Because there were mentions of Xion faction buffs for Liyue characters that were supposed to occur next patch, and of course did not end up materializing. But... Okay. Do need to fight Dottore today, too. I ran a couple of the weeklies with Sustainless Nefer last night for the thrill. And it was fun. But it is still genuinely a weaker team than this team which has a shield on it. Just because Sucrose's effect is so useful. Okay. Let's just level up Evenstar. It's a nice weapon to have, and I do imagine it would still be better on Sucrose than... I do need to condense some of those on my own time. Let's get some EM, and yeah, lots of fungus mats, and oh, finally something to use the fungal course for. I have not had a chance or reason. Okay. But the attack buff that it does give is a lot less potent until you get to high levels, but still. Yeah. Let's make a bunch of fungus pieces. Some luminescent pollen. Is it even really pollen? I wouldn't think. Should just be spores. I didn't even know you had Mavica. Yeah, Theater forces us to do things we'd never admit in public. Like play Mavica. Okay. But again... Even star, even star. Yeah, that got to 60. It is quite good. But yeah, I may have to end up crafting... I'm definitely going to have to end up crafting weapon enhancement ore again. It's been a long time since I've had to do that. Wow. But yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay, as in... Nothing at all. Huh. Nothing at all. Okay. It's time to play music for Bina. And get a little closer to the Bina glider. Yeah. Again, the only way you could have it by the end of 6.2 would have been to know in advance somehow, or otherwise just not finish the 6.1 Archon quest and keep going with the Selenic Chronicles, because of the fact that as soon as 6.2's Archon quest starts, the Chronicles get locked off, and then once that one's done, you can't do them because she gets Columbina napped. Half step too high perhaps. Let's try that again, shall we? Bad at music. Lame. Hey there, Columbina. Wait, are you teaching the moon spirits how to play the lyre? Yes, they were so happy to have it fixed. As in, were you trying to roll for Satwali, or what? Practically haven't left my side. Playing the lyre has never been my forte, though I'm more accustomed to hearing others play. Oh right, if you had a band, you'd totally be in charge of vocals, huh? Oh. She does sing. When it comes to instruments, though, Traveler's pretty much a prodigy, from the lyre to the jam drum. This one can do it all. Nothing special, honestly, though I've been known to dabble. Is that so? In that case, perhaps you could teach them instead. Alright then, why not? But what should I play? I was having them practice the song I usually sing. Perhaps you remember how it goes, because it's diegetic. Oh, okay, okay. So you were rolling on a banner with a character you didn't want? And why would you do that? Weekly reminder that building pity is not a thing. You're just gambling. Or a different tune works as well. Rarely do the moon spirits get to hear music from other places. So I'd be quite interested to hear something like that too. Interesting. So we will actually, if we pick the other region, what should I play? According to the wiki, it would select randomly either the Dawn Winery theme or Moon in One's Cup, which is one of the Liyue things. Building pity is objectively not a thing. There's no reason to roll on a banner where you don't want the 5-star. It doesn't give you better chances. You can save the fates and roll on the banner you want. And then if you get something early, it will probably be something you actually want. If you roll on a banner you don't like because you got tired of not gambling for too long, that means you're actively counting on bad luck. You're trying to... I mean, you should never put yourself in a situation where you want to have bad luck. I mean, we don't need to go further down this line of inquiry, but it's not a thing. You know, statistically and objectively, it is not a thing. But regardless. Okay. Sorry. Fair. Yeah, if you're fine getting the character, it's no issue, but who was on the Mavica banner who you were going for? Because the Lanyan was second half, so on rerun only, which is why I did not get any Lanyan constellations. I just got the one free Lanyan from Lantern Right. But try the one Columbina always sings, which plays, but what tone should I go for? Lullaby of the New Moon 1, Somnius Aluna, which is the name of her banner, too. It's not cheerful, it's calm and gentle. Oh. And then we do our instrument interface. It's D, and then D, H, H, and then S. She even sings along. I put a lot of effort into these. I will say it is very silly that it's, again, exactly a week instead of based on the weekly reset. Especially since these are the equivalent of bounties, reputation quests, which are just weekly reset instead of exactly the week. But that was lovely, so you really did memorize my tune. Heard it too much. Not only because you're such a great singer, whenever we hear your voice, sometimes we stop for a bit just to listen. Oh, is that on the same... Yansan was not on that banner, right? Was Mavica even running in the patch where Varsa came out? Stop for a bit just to listen. Okay, and if we did the other one, you say make it cheerful, it says, oh, it's over already. I could listen to that forever. So once told you this is the only lullaby I can remember. Oh, and if... Oh, interesting. Ah. And if you've... The dialogue here differs based on whether you've done the final Archon quest or not. I wonder which other ones might have some variants. So those are... If you have completed True Moon. Because some of the earlier ones, it would be crazy and very difficult to actually manage to do those after the Archon quest. You would have to actively wait. You would have had to be actively trying, but... Yeah, I imagine that... Interesting. Because I'm just checking the dialogue from the earlier ones, and it's not about... Okay. There's nothing else saying if you've completed True Moon. Interesting. Okay, okay. Well, I remember distinctively that Yansan's first banner was shared with Varasa and Xianyun. And I remember that distinctly, because when I ran that, I rolled on the Varasa banner, and I was not graced with getting a single Yansan when I got Varasa, meaning that I had to keep going and risk potentially actually getting another constellation, either Xianyun or Varasa. So I alternated between the two because I didn't want to. There was neither one I particularly wanted, though in retrospect I probably should have chosen Varasa's, but it didn't end up happening anyway to get a single C0 Yansan. Okay. Yeah, the Moon Spirit seemed quite enraptured with your performance as well. Perhaps they picked up a few things. I might require educational assistance again in the future. Come, give me your hand. Oh, no, there's a free performance, no tuition fee required. Tuition fee. Would she even understand such a concept? I only thought the gentle glow of moonlight would make a fitting accompaniment for such a beautiful melody. Utsukushi gekko. Beautiful moonlight. Yeah, and that's what she says if you've done True Moon. And we get our Ascendant Gleam effect brought back up. Yeah. Interesting. Wait. It says, if the player has completed True Moon, it says, we have pierced through cloud and fog, and together witnessed the answer on the moon. Its beauty is like the music your strings now sing. So why did I not get that dialogue? If you haven't completed it, it's supposed to be interesting. Although I have yet to discern the meaning behind it after hearing you play, I feel like whatever answer is waiting for me up there on the moon, at the very least it must be a beautiful one. I didn't see either of those. Let's try something from another nation. How curious, I've heard melodies like this before, but your playing lends a whole new dimension. Maybe because the traveler is channeling their emotional connection to that place. What's curious is that I feel as if I can picture the landscape just by listening to the melody. I wonder how the real thing compares to my imagination. Should just go see it someday. We can be your tour guides, and perhaps that day ever comes. Okay. So the wiki, something may be wrong with regards to what it's saying. You're there. Interesting. Let me see something. Okay. We just want to check what Mavika's banners were. Interesting. Yeah, that was in 5.7. The rerun alongside Skirk. Okay. No, alongside Emily. Okay. I kind of thought about going for Emily's weapon. Maybe one day. That would just be for the Teenage team, so... The Moon Spirits seem quite content for the day. Even so, I may have to trouble you to drop by again when they wish to learn more. I wonder if there'll be another song we play eventually. They've hinted at that. That's a bit more. Another Bina commission. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Echoes of past journeys will forever linger in her heart. So it'll be near the end of next patch that we'll be able to get the Bina glider. Yeah. Well, that's nice. Well, the big thing is that Yanson's debut banner was not... I just want to see if that's changed its location now, because now we can actually explore. Wow. Yanson's debut banner was as a 4-star on the Skirk, Shan Yun Varsa banner, because she came out as, not just, but honestly largely intended to be a Varsa support. Or at least particularly geared to Varsa's kit. Because the movement that Varsa does, and it's a lot more... apparent in TCG, where Yansan in TCG is based around prepare skills. No, it's gone. That's fine. Okay, I just want to check over this way then. It's not going to get in the way of what we do today then. Where Varsa in TCG is based around switching around to prep a plunge and using prepare skills. And Yansan in TCG is based around switching and prepare skills. It's very, very direct in TCG, that connection between the two. And which means that Yansan, well, every deck can switch, but she's best for, among the other things, Not just Varsa, but Sayu. Sayu, until this patch dropped and Escoffier, Linny, Tulpa became the best team. Oh. Yansan Sayu Satwali was briefly the best team in the game. For TCG. Also, I do need to pick up a few new cards. But what is interesting is that since Satwali's gimmick in CCG is not shielding, though she can shield, it's based around selecting options. Even though she doesn't have any selects in her kit, as in play a card and then pick one of multiple options. And this is based on playing cards not in the initial deck, which I believe is select triggers. Does it? Well, no, not quite. If you can generate cards. And what team is that? Reactions and burst, but we don't have Aino yet. Next patch, I believe, we're getting the first Nodcry characters in TCG, which makes me wonder how they're going to incorporate winter reactions. Well, to be fair, Aino doesn't activate it herself, but this is considered in and out of TCG to basically be Aino's signature. But it's, yeah, a bunch of energy. So for reactions and charge attack, efficient switch, plunging attack. Yeah. It's interesting. And of course this is good for Varus support, and it's more adventure. Technique. Bona and Kokoweek. And this is for Simiolanka summons. Interesting. Discard. After it is discarded, adventure once. It's an adventure deck with a discard focus. Lowest cost. To switch to high cost. So it's basically probably to make Chaska, make it work with Chaska, which is interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, to be fair, Tartali is just there to enable Ineffa there with Hydro Application. I would hardly even call that Tartaglia. But still. Yeah, because I tried using Tartaglia for his damage in theater, and it just wouldn't work. And I had to restart the entire run, because I was at the end, and the only on-fielder I really had was Tartaglia, and he has no damage. He's just hopelessly outclassed. His constellations don't increase his damage, so he's just kind of dead. It's sad. People who cope like me are counting on some kind of Fatui faction buffs, but nobody knows if that's going to happen. I would guess it probably isn't. Okay, let's put in Lempo people. What kind of team did I want to use? This is fine for what it is. This is fine for what it is. Everyone who's associated with this island is here, and Flynn's is here too. Though we could always use Lauma. We could. Sure. Sure. Oh, but no, actually, we put in Ineffa if we wanted it to be a full Lempo Isle team. And there's everyone associated with this accursed island. This is kind of not good. Well, right? But his kit is still primarily meant to be an enabler for other characters using reactions like Vaporize. He's a driver, not a DPS, which makes it all the more atrocious that all of his constellations are DPS constellations instead of, well, meant to increase his on-field time and make him easier to use as an on-fielder. Well, as in increasing his personal damage as an on-fielder, which is never going to be good. It's sad, you know. Oh well then. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. There we go. And no healing. I guess we could shield. I guess it would kind of work. Oh. Exactly. Lempo with Ineffa. This is how we're going to make the combat somewhat interesting today. Despite having multiple signatures. But yeah, down here there's... It is interesting, I suppose, that this just can't be used as an elevator at all, ever. Okay. Sure. Sure. But of course you're just supposed to teleport up, aren't you? Yeah. You know, for as little as she can move horizontally using her skill, she can move a good deal vertically. That's some small consolation. No more seeds anyway. Not like it matters. Okay. More trash artifacts. Actually, no. Clabbage. Is there gonna be anything on that rock? I really don't imagine so. But nothing passage in this area up top. This is what we'll go around, I suppose. Hello then. Hi. No. Okay, cool. I didn't mean to hit you. Okay. This is actually meaningfully reasonable. Cool. Yeah, that did not have any issue working. We took it out before it drained our health, which is even better. Okay. And, oh look, there is no Lightkeeper in the party right now. Signature equipment of a Lightkeeper. Which does mean... we can see how Illiga handles that, and whether his version of the quest is different from Flenz's, or if he might just have a different quest. There are birds on this rock. That's about it. You know what this reminds me of? Legend of Zelda the Wind Waker. There are a couple of islands that aren't even islands. They don't have any solid land you can go on. And you just use... There's a weird pear with a face that you can use to control a seagull. Fair. Have you tried Visionary or Lunar? I know it's a bit of a roster check. There you go. Up this way, it does not seem to be much of anything, if anything. Oh, right. This was one of the spots with... Okay. Okay, understandable. This stuff on the side, and nothing really there. And we don't have a great way to go around water, though the arena exists. Oh, right. Oh, hello. Huh. No, we did not, and we wasted a dew. This is sad. Huh. It's over on the other side of the Nothing Passage. Really, there's not much here. There is just a... Well, this wasn't one of the spots where Sigurd fought, right? Though it's been a while since I did that quest. A long while. Who do you have? I'm always biased. Though that's because I'm someone who does run theater on max difficulty. Every time. To focus on getting characters who don't have any constellations, before doubling up on any one character. That's how I prefer to handle things, but I know that's not how everyone handles things. Honest to goodness, well, it's... Who are all the characters who you have at C0? Because I think your definition of good option may be different from mine. You can just go around the side there if needed, but there's some Wild Hunt dudes. Is it? Was this a spot with Sigurd? Bell of Morning Echoes. No, it wasn't. This place is just for fun. Wanderers is not bad. And I got that constellation rolling for Niwu. I haven't really had much of any chance to use it, but it does increase his damage meaningfully. And the big thing is that it makes him more fun to play, more engaging. Because without it, the optimal way to play Wanderer is just to spam either normals or charge attacks, and you never end up using the arrow dash optimally. But if you have a C1, then it is actually optimal to use it, and it therefore becomes significantly more interesting, in my opinion, his gameplay. Tartaglia's and Ayato's C1s are absolute nothing burgers. I would not use those. I would not get those unless you specifically want them. And they're gone. Okay. That dash cancel is very fun. I won't lie. And I guess since we already got the chest there, it's not going to spawn another wave. We kind of sealed away the Wild Hunt, I guess. Unless you want C4 in particular, I wouldn't do it. It's enough damage to kill a goat. When do you find out you're goat washed? Okay. Go around this way, and... yeah, what's in this little pocket over here? I don't imagine much of anything there. Some berries. Okay. Reminds me of that one big island on the Elden Ring DLC map. Well, not island, but big raised plateau. Near the north of Gravesite Plain, in between it and Castle Ensis, that you can only get to by coming around from the north side later in the DLC. The Elden Ring DLC was very good. Very good from a gameplay perspective. I will say that its story was kind of non-existent, though. I think most people would say that. The most egregious thing being how completely unintegrated it was with the base game. Other than the events in the base game that you had to complete in order to enter the DLC, which was kill Radon and Moog. There's just... and there's nothing in the base game that changes or no dialogue that acknowledges the DLC. And every other Souls game has some degree of dialogue in the base game. Or base game NPCs who have dialogue changes that react to what happens in the DLC. It's not often much. In Bloodborne in particular, it's basically some dialogue to point you there, and after you kill certain bosses in the DLC, and the dialogue actually doesn't happen. It gets overridden by the endgame dialogue if you've progressed to the game state where you can fight the final bosses. But there is dialogue from base game NPCs in the hub regarding the defeat of certain DLC bosses. In Dark Souls 1, there's not much, but the big thing is that if you delay fighting Sif, you know, the wolf with a sword in its mouth that, you know, both Boreas in this game and Zacian in Pokemon are probably based on. It's already started. And in the middle of this week is when the final part of the event will be available. I'm waiting until the whole event is available to do any of the event. But if you want to just get started on it, it's available right now. Nothing's stopping you. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm waiting because I just want to bash it all out on stream. But as I was saying... What was I saying? Oh, more or less that... If there is an encounter you can have with a younger version of that boss, Sif in Dark Souls 1 in the DLC, you can save him from some just abyss monsters. Yeah, exactly. In this game, the world originally belonged to monsters, and most everything is about the influence of the abyss. What game does that sound like? But, in all seriousness, there's a bunch of boxes around here. That's interesting, because I wonder how you're meant to get to that. Meant to get to that from down here, or are you just supposed to hop down? It's interesting. Yeah, but... Oh, as I was... Oh, hello. It's a challenge in here. That's what we... Oh, probably via the moon lane. That makes sense. Okay. And then in Dark Souls 2, King Vendrick in the base game gets dialogue based on the DLCs you've beaten and has the ability to merge the crown items that you can pick up by doing the DLCs into a single crown. No, he doesn't merge them. He just... Right. He blesses all the crowns individually and gives you a buff that applies to you whenever you have any of the crowns. Which does make them very, very fun, because you can pick and choose the benefit you get from any of the individual crowns. And oh, I didn't know this would be walkable terrain. Oh, fun. We can kind of walk around the shoal. Because it was Ivory King, Crown of the Ivory King. The item gives you some base. One of them gives you some basic regeneration. Can also... Oh, that's lame. The base game's crown just gives you a little bit more intelligence and faith, which isn't nothing, but... Right. Crown of the Sunken King gives you some stat points. But the best one, for me at least, was the Crown of the Old Iron King, which was... You know, every 2 minutes, you get... Okay. Every 2 minutes, you get a few spell uses back. That's fair. There's a reason I only play the one game. And then just other non-live service games out past that. And these days, honestly, not even. But... Oh... Which was really, really good for a spell-focused build. And then in Dark Souls 3, it wasn't that much. It was just one character, but... One of the NPCs in the hub would react to you defeating one of the DLC bosses. The second DLC did not acknowledge it, but it was still really, really good. And unlike the Elden Ring DLC, its final boss was not a rehash of something we'd seen before. Well, at least not something we'd seen before in the game. I think it is arguable that Gale in Dark Souls 3 is just Artorias 2. But the difference is that unlike Promised Consort Radon, Artorias was not in the base game of Dark Souls 3. They had Abyss Watchers, but even that's pushing it. Okay. So that moon lane, where's that meant to have taken us from? The fastest way to kill the Furnace Shell Mountain Weasels is to use any kind of plunge attack to break them, which... Oh, Okay. Oh, well, that's how it was supposed to go. You're supposed to reach it from there, which means that... Oh, alright. But you can go the other way and you'll get stopped and get your head bumped a little. Oops. So this is how we were supposed to get there. Okay. That makes some sense. Okay, now we're blue. You're blue now. They never really expect you to do any actual manual swimming anymore. It's honestly kind of sad. Yeah, if we bump into the doors of the crystalline from the other side, it'll still work. It'll just slow us down a little. Okay. But the best way for you would probably be to either use terrain or to use dragon strikes. Okay. Here we are. Ah, moonlit particles. You suck them in. And any color is going to break that. No matter the infusion color. Okay, well, alright. I guess we just have to break through the wall. It's fine, I guess. Okay. Yeah, the moonlit particle stuff is... kind of new. And here is the last little bit. I got a few more seconds. But really, where... Oh, this way. And that's the end. Yay. And oh, it's... Precious chest just up here. I did make sure to clear out a good number of artifacts, but still, we should probably toss a few in. Let's put this back on Bina. Let's give Bina her own artifacts back and just bite the bullet and make a Silken Moon set for Aino. Fair. As in, are you not getting to a point where they go into their little ball, or is it a matter of they get in the little ball and then it becomes annoying? Because the ball will break to a maximum of 4 plunges, no matter what. A plunge will inherently deplete 1/4 of the ward, no matter... independent of whatever damage you're dealing, which will get added on. So, nobody else really needs Silken Moon. You can just take it. All you need is crit rate. Just to trigger Fav Greatsword. That's all. Only thing we care about is energy recharge. We get crit rate and energy recharge. Okay, okay. Well, to be fair, that's because they're good against everything. So, which one? Which one? The one with energy recharge, obviously. And energy recharge sands. And energy recharge and crit. Take this one. And that's not how bad. I mean, sure. That one was on... Yeah, sure. That's fine. Pieces that are already leveled can go to you. That's all good. Then it's not that she really cares about any specific piece. Her damage is never going to be meaningful one way or another. Honestly, yeah, I guess. Only if using Fav Greatsword. Main stat's not important besides fulfilling energy recharge requirements. Yeah, so actually, sure. We'll give you an EM Goblet to somewhat increase your lunar charge contribution. Never going to be meaningful, but you'll From nothing to slightly less than nothing. Okay. Yum. Oh. Come on. But that one's for Illiga, technically. Though again, in theory. Elemental Mastery. Give it to me. I guess I'm gonna give her an off-piece. Why am I thinking this hard about Aino artifacts? Do you have any Aino constellations? Because the main thing is that, due to the way Lunar Charge works, the character who has the most damage calculated for a Lunar Charge tick has their full damage applied, the second most has half of it applied, and then the third and fourth have a 6th and a 12th respectively. So it will never be... Aino is never going to have anything close to... Yeah. Because I have her C1, which means... She does not have the free energy restoration, which makes her burst significantly rougher to get up energy-wise. So I need to go full ER. And to be fair, well, you don't do Stygian, right? If you don't do Stygian, you're definitely a bit freer. So... just crit rate and energy recharge. There's nothing else we want. Give it to me. We are not using a good VV piece on you. I'm sorry. And it's the Blizzard Strayer one. Okay. So, I guess we're getting an Aino piece. Aino set, I mean. Just to make sure she doesn't have to steal it from Bina anymore. But oh goodness. This may be a little... Huh. This may put me in a bit of a position with regards to getting Shibai set together. It's not bad. The final constellation does give her, of course, the team-wide buff that she otherwise doesn't have past her minor EM boost, but it's not that much of a difference, really. Yeah, this is nice. This is making those Fav procs really hit. So many artifact juices just going down the pipe. Oh, goodness. But this does mean... Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let's just see. Yeah, this is a pretty hilarious amount, but this is kind of what we need. Maybe one day I can get her more EM. But again, it's not as if her damage contribution is ever going to be particularly meaningful. Poor her. No, all she ever did was be an orphan. I mean, her kit isn't even bad. She is definitely one of the best 4 stars we've gotten in a while. Though, to be fair, a lot of that is just... any kind of non-normal attack-based... Hydro application is just going to be good. Because Yeon and Xingqiao are already incredibly good. And they have that with a caveat that the character needs to either be a normal attack user, or needs to have some way to incorporate normal attacks into their combo string. Which, at one point, I had to run Nefer with Yeon due to theater character distribution. And that meant that I had to weave in single normals during Nefer's combo string of charge attacks, so that Yeon would proc. Because it's only normals, not charge attacks. It is just normals. Which also meant that it was really annoying to make work with Varisa once when I had to run Varisa Yeon, and in fact, I didn't even bother running the Hydro app. It was just for the damage bonus that Yeon gives at that point. Got in the Nothing Passage, and again, we ended up hitting a few things from behind, but that's okay. So up over that way, we're just going to need to find a way to cross over. That's fine. So in that case... It is interesting that they did give her the Lunar Crystallized boost. A lot of people expected it to remain just for Lunar Bloom and Lunar Charged. And notably, the same was true for what is her pseudo-signature. They had a Crystallize and Lunar Crystallize, which... The real surprising thing is that it didn't specify that it had to be a hydro-crystallize reaction. It's for any crystallize. That's the really interesting thing, but... Oh, this thing is going to be torture, isn't it? Well, whatever. Because with that permanent aura, not going to get much in the way of reactions now, am I? Well, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, we're getting our Aino vaporizes. Okay. That's whatever. And, yep. Yep, we just don't have any of that. And burning won't do anything to you. Yay. Oh, now we can get... Well, we could have. May have been able to, except no. Now we can actually apply element, which is exciting. Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you. Nice. But you're out of the way. You're aggravating. I'm not just saying that because Ineffa was triggering aggravates. Oh, we didn't even get to stun you. Okay. The utter indignity. Oh, whatever. And oh, yeah, because... Okay, well, that's our test, I guess. The Columbina revive only happens if Columbina's in the party. Okay. Hey, if it works, it works. I did not consider this a Lunar Charge team. And I guess we have to go bring Nefer back to life. This is kind of sad. No relevant clues nearby, if you say so. Yeah, because it... And generally, it is the case with most things. Oh! You're gonna buy the shells from there? Fair. If you gotta, I guess. Yeah, one of your party members a nod cry, but it's... She still has to be in the party. It didn't specify that, and again, most things that are similar work that way, given that a lot of people made a lot of hay about that being basically Genshin caster is passive. That is kind of a surprise to me. Oh, okay, Yeah, I do that. I get the Mora. To be fair, you may not need Mora as much as me. Whether you have more Mora than you know what to do with, or basically no Mora, is and always will be a function of how many characters you go for. But, oh, we got that over there, yeah. Already was there. Oh, goodness. I did not mean to hit you, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I go for the Mora, I started getting the books, and now I'm gonna get, now I'm going for the weapon crystals, actually, too. The main thing is that, if it really comes down to it, you can get lots and lots from the shop, but past the initial 100, at least from Mora, because Mora you can get pretty much infinitely. It significantly increases in cost, so it's kind of a waste to not get the base 100 per month at the lower rate, because if you need more, you can always get more. But you can only get 100 per month at the preferential rate, so I always get the 100, especially since, again, you always need Mora. And better that than have to use resin that I could be using for various other things, just to get Mora. Fair. It's the Nothing Passage. Guess we could walk around to this part of the shoal, but before that, obviously, we need to heal up. Okay. No longer dead. But it... It is kind of sad that Nefer requires doing that cancel tech just to, assuming both teams are using Columbina, actually be worse than a Flynn's Columbina team, which doesn't require any fancy tech, can even actually focus on dodging and not engage the enemy until it's time to use one of Flynn's mini bursts, and still do more damage. I was thinking about this, Nefer is truly the first female male Genshin character. Okay. Nothing Passage. One of the Northwestern Waters. One of the fishing points registered with the Nodgrai Fishing Association is located in Northwest Reaches in the Nothing Passage. Oh, we got our new outfit while fishing. From here, one can clearly see the Moon Power Experimental Design Bureau. Anglers are advised not to wave their rods or make any suspicious movements in the direction of the facility, as the Fatui there might mistake you for a threat. I need to put a jacket on. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's cold. I had to run out in the cold earlier today to get somewhere in sub-zero weather. And there was nothing more agonizing. Did you get the crystals from Shop Reset? It's worth doing. Yeah, because you're inhaling lungfuls of sub-zero freezing air. And when I stopped running, felt like I was gonna die. Obviously I didn't, but because I'm here right now. Okay. Just checking. We were discussing that scenario. But it's a new month, which, among other things, does mean that my bandwidth is good again. Because I didn't really have Wi-Fi issues all of January. And then I had some yesterday, because it was right at the end of the month when they had started throttling me. Okay. Atoskoshi? 74. We could definitely get to 90 today, though I'll probably have to ignore some NPCs and such. That's fine. Nani ga suretanda? Should get a few new ones. Now that it's daytime, we could even see those change. Exciting. Okay. Saw a video yesterday explaining that, the people had talked about it before. There was a game called Ura Zelda, or sort of Zelda Reverse Side, which was intended to come out for the Nintendo 64 disk drive. Ocarina of Time, it was as an add-on to Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time itself was originally intended to come out on the disk drive, actually, which a lot of people have forgotten, but there were still some remnants in the game code of this. Very few, but the big thing is just, the only thing it was ever going to do was just remix dungeon layouts, and that was it, which is more or less what Ocarina of Time Master Quest did. Though, to be fair, it was probably intended to be a little bigger in scope. But the biggest hint, which of course was lost on, because Zelda fans, I mean, it's not really a Weep game, so they don't know Japanese. And to be fair, it's old Japanese Zelda stuff, which even people who look into that may not be as familiar with. But the original second quest in the original Legend of Zelda was referred to as Ura Zelda, and was actually accessed by flipping the disc around, I believe. So that was always the context. It was immediately obvious in the Japanese Zelda community that Ura Zelda was just going to be remixed dungeons, and that was it. As with the original second quest on the NES, well, technically the Famicom. The Family Computer Disk System in Japan. One of the enemies, one of the bosses in the first Zelda, which was the sea urchin type enemy called Digdogger, it came back in Oracle of Seasons for the Game Boy Color, made by Capcom actually, with a weakness to a magnetic glove, though indirectly in the sense that you had to hit it with a big wrecking spiked ball that you could only manipulate using the magnetic glove. So it had an indirect weakness, but in the original Zelda, in the English version, it was weak to sound in the sense of the flute item in the game. If you played it, it would take significant damage. But in the original Family Computer version, the second player controller had a microphone, which was not true of the NES. And you would damage it by shouting into the second player controller microphone. That was how that worked in the Famicom version. But so it was interesting how they tried to maintain the concept, which in the end was very, very different. Okay. And they're already dead. Ineffa just kind of cracked. Wow. Ineffa did not even get to come on field. Maybe you could say didn't have to come on field. She got to slack off. It's funny that they basically divided up the, overworked Hoyo woman into two characters with, Lauma and Nefer. In that Lauma has a lot of work, but she's fine with it, and she's not tired. And then Nefer just doesn't work. Though, to be fair, that's kind of because she's literally just not quite Yelan, but still. We can go in there and get that Rhinoculus, can't we? Hello. Well, only from... I was gonna say only from that other side, but no, from this side, too. Alright. I guess we had to aim a little better. This is sad. Let's circumnavigate the Nothing Passage, and the crazy thing is that I thought these pebbles would be used for fishing bait. They aren't. They are only used for... Oh, but that's the issue. We needed to switch. Forgot about that gimmick. It's been some time. How to switch our color. Yeah. Only used to make basically crackers, and that's it. There we go. There we go. Can switch, and if it really comes down to it, that's a very, very swimmable distance anyway. Okay. And the big thing is that this is actually a waterfall you can go inside. Little did you know. And it just takes you to the... There's no chest in here. To the Pellucid Cavern with the Radiant Moonfly, which is cool. Let's just try the... If we're in the area, let's fight this thing. Let's try Sustainless Nefer. See how fast that works. On a Dendro-resistant boss. Nope, no less. Hello there. And there we go. Hello. Okay. Pretty big damage, but yeah, it's sustainless. We're getting these fat kicks. Okay, cool. Dodge. Yeah, just takes a couple. And we don't need any of this. We don't need any of this. So let's switch back, and that'll immediately remove Nihita's... Yep, immediately remove Nihita's shrine, because she's no longer in the party. There's still a... Well, there was a seated seat still there. Special Dendro Core. It is kind of sad. It's not kind of sad, it's very sad that Niu just does not work with Nefer. Because she eats... Nefer just eats all the cores. Okay. Here we are. Here we are. Still be able to do some core generation. Let's fight that Frost Knight Scion. And then just go back through the Nothing Passage. Sure. It's this top side that we need to check out. Okay. That little whip. Nefer would probably like a little bit more in the way of durability, but whatever, that's fine. Hit, and if we can still generate, it's great. Yeah, there we go. But of course, well, still that. Womb Gen, and yep, this was one of the chests that gives you stuff. Isn't that exciting? Cool. What are you? Nieminen. With a recent crackdown and all, maybe I should lay low for a while. It's a Finnish name, and when I look up the name, it's showing actual people. Unfortunate. And his name basically means of the Caper Peninsula, which, that's where he is, basically. Some crackdown and all, maybe I should lay low for a while. What crackdown? Haven't you heard? The Vitui caught a bunch of treasure hunters sneaking into the Moon Power Experimental Design Bureau. Damn shame I say, apparently the place is full of valuable stuff. Even just a handful of random components from inside would fetch a pretty penny on the open market. Rumors are well founded. You've been inside, how did you get in? I've been staking the place out for ages and I still haven't found an opening. I was starting to consider registering that cruise ship guy in the flagship and sneaking in that way, but then I saw the guy with a sign outside and figured I should err on the side of caution. And... hell, this fuss about the Vitui stuff. I never thought I'd meet someone who wasn't intimidated by the Vitui. Whatever they're guarding must be big. Why else would all these treasure hunters be swarming about? Said something huge like that is probably out of reach for someone with my capabilities. On balance, I think I'm better off playing it safe. Yeah, probably. Sounds like a plan. Take it you've got some experience in this regard. It's worth staking out, that's for sure, but don't go charging in unprepared. The place is crawling with elite Vitui forces. Okay. So we can go back around. Moonfly is fun. It's a Pyro-Dendro boss, and therefore can technically trigger burning on its own. As I've said before, the dream is to make... well, let's go up here first. Something here. Compass points a clue to finding treasure. A game in Miliastros similar to the game Evolve, which I never had a chance to play, but the idea was just interesting. All these bots. You would have a monster versus various humans, a team of various humans, and the monster would start off weak and gradually go stronger. And there's so many enemies in the game, and we cannot push it anymore. It's already kind of finished. Got our check marks. Takes all sorts. Let's go up north all the way first, and then loop around there. That'll be reasonable. Let's see, oh, hello. Nothing's showing here. So what is this? Pat. Oh, yeah, because anything with the treasure clue, the Mora rocks are not showing in the same way until you get to absolute maximum. Okay. Well, alright. Don't linger for that long. Okay. It's gone. But since we got a sort of lightning rod, we now have the ability to actually get hit by the lightning without it damaging us, but of course it's only blue moon power lightning. Is this basically not basically just lunar charged? Suppose you could say that. It goes this way. Collect moonlit particles. Designated number of moonlit particles within the time limit. And we just go from one color to the next. Keeps it easy. Oh, and there's a moon lane. Let's hop off. There's no auto snap or anything. A lot of interesting weather effects here on Lempo, actually. Ah, you got a Winoculus by default as part of this. Fun. It's just in the path. And that's completed, and the chest is all the way there. So the antelope will be on the way. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. Again, running out of artifact juices, and I need to make a set for Shibai and maybe another Silken Moon for Goro or something. I'll see if I'm strong enough in theater even without it, which would be ideal, but I don't know, we'll see. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thanks. Ah. We did end up getting drained. That sucks. Should have kept up my danger hits, because, yeah, I'm used to a team with Lauma in it, and therefore core generation from someone else. But of course this team does not have that privilege. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's okay. You're over here. How are you doing? Answer is... let's just generate some cores while we have the privilege. So we have a bit of a buffer for some kind of actual encounter. Then we go up top. There is a lot on this island. Which, again, it's one area, and it's as big as these three. Which... Hadramaveth was all one area, and that was a little silly. Though I guess the question is how they would have even divided it, had they had to. But... oh... it is very plain that they had to... basically... It's gerrymandering. It's in-game gerrymandering of how many areas this counts as, because they needed to maintain the Primogen budget and income, even though for various reasons, like, such as... I guess the question is how far they saw it in advance. But the fact that there was that one Star Rail area, they had to change Edo Store to Plan Arcadia last minute, and probably use other teams to do that, but... oh well. Yeah, and that's just not damaging you, huh? There we go. And even without any kind of Llama buff, it's still just phenomenal. Okay. Hello then. Hello. Let's just get this going. No, we're in the rain, actually. Nice. Hit. 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 Yeah, there we go. Did I? I definitely canceled a bit too early and missed some hits. Not that it matters that much. I did just learn to dash cancel yesterday. Can't expect greatness immediately, unfortunately. And you are going where? It's a treasure clue. You're gonna get struck by lightning and turn blue. You're blue now. Holy Undertale. Oh. And it just turned into a moon lane. Alright. But where are you going? And of course we're a blue spirit, because it's a area that turns you blue. I'm blue. And it... Oh, hello. Ah, and it created the other chest. Which, the previous one was always there, but this makes the other one show up. Ah, okay. Pale moonlight guides the way home. Does it really? Ah. And also, that's right, we can get to 6 on standard, that's right. Let's do that. Hello. And as expected, it's nothing. Yay. It's the bow that... Does Amber use that in her art? In her splash art? I think she does. In cutscenes, she uses Favonius. And pleasantly, we can just take this back. There you go. Kinda want to know whether that spirit's always going to be there. May want to check back tomorrow on my own and see if they're just there hobnobbing or if they went away. Compass is nice. And it is optional, though, again, if you have an optimizer's moveset, I guess it's a little less optional. But as someone unhappily employed like me, a certain level of convenience is appreciated. Okay. The big thing is that it shows more rocks and treasure clues, which is not how previous compasses worked. Because events such as Three Realms Gateway offering the sort of Dark Enconomia map, the Valorium Mirage and Simulanga, because neither Golden Apple had one. Had compasses that would eventually show many, many chests at once. And would sometimes show challenges, but never did they show more rocks or treasure clues. As in for hidden chests that did not show up until completing some kind of objective. I don't imagine there's going to be anything here, at least anything meaningful, but no stone unturned. No stone unturned. Okay. Yeah, we get Illiga next weekend. Guess that means I could do the... Finally, the... quest for Lightkeeper Lanterns. And show off the Illiga version, or at least test if he's able to activate them in the same way and get the same quest as Flynn's, or if it's going to be a different quest. And maybe cancel each other out. I don't know. I could see it being a different quest that doesn't override the Flynn's ones, because Nefer and Yahoo have variants of certain little short mini-quests that happen when you do Intel Gathering that are mutually exclusive. If you get one of them, it prevents you from getting the other, but the rewards don't differ, so it doesn't meaningfully make any difference. But, oh. I was not expecting it to be... The topography here would indicate a much steeper drop. Okay. Fine by me. So we've gone around here, and so this place will be next. Then we can sweep back through the Nothing Passage, which, to be fair, I've already done, and then we move on to the lake, which is also mostly done. I have Krati, which is also mostly done. I think Nashatown will probably get left, but it's Frostmoon Enclave. There's still people I need to chit-chat with. I wonder if Columbina makes them bow in the same way as Lauma does. I wonder who would have different dialogue, if any. It attracts lightning. Do we need to... That can shock you, but Where is this relay device meant to go? Protected us from the lightning, but... Huh. Gets you angry. Have to protect you, don't we? So now that we've protected you, using our shield, are we able to take you somewhere? Cause you to line up a little differently, but... Do we have to use that to jump? Or... we probably have to use it to jump. Or, wait. This is interesting. Aw. Oh, when lightning hits them, they'll change. So if we attract the lightning to them... Oh, interesting. It's a... We have to make them match. Oh, there we go. Because you can see the sequence in which they'll change. Expression based on getting hit. Okay. Yeah, No, it's just an unending search. I thought it was meant to be... Oh, an interaction with the individual standalone, instead of it just showing you the sequence of change. It's cool, though. And presumably we just... No. For this, we... Okay. It's to hit it, but beyond that, that's all. Fair. I was busy with Silksong when this map first dropped. So that's why I haven't beaten it. Busy with lots of things, actually. I will probably be significantly less busy soon. For one of various reasons. I think I've mentioned this before, but my job is currently in the process of getting outsourced to the Philippines. So... I do everything roughly in a roughly ordered fashion. Okay, so we just have to... presumably we'd want to use the relay device, and... we can get here. That'll attract the lightning. It should. And somehow, we missed it. Huh, okay. Mind you, I started playing this game 5 years ago. So doing things sequentially was not at all complicated for me. It was just a matter of doing things as they got added to the game. Of course, some stuff took some time, but beyond that. And here you go. We can ride the elevator, actually, if we care. The lift is coming. You don't say. Ah. So I guess you're supposed to take the lift up and watch the robots get struck by lightning, is the environmental storytelling, but that's not how we handle things, is it? Okay. Hello. No. There we go, and... Oh, what just happened? Oh, we freed this spirit. Okay, it was getting intimidated by the Fatui. That's fine. Where are you going now? City street lamp, clear path ahead. So it appears to be a treasure clue as well. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Use that to jump, if we care. Let's go back that way. This is down by that bit of water. Right, it's that tiny little cave. And for now, at least, both of them are there. fair. Yeah, it... I stopped. In the morning I had basically these meal shakes with a bit of coffee in them, and I recently stopped having the coffee ones because too much caffeine for too long can be an issue. And the big thing is that it wasn't even really making me that much more wakeful because I'd gotten a tolerance. But now that I'm not taking it anymore, I haven't really crashed, but I'm a little less energetic, at least until I readjust. So we just gotta make more particles. Let's jump up and down on these trampolines. Just thinking about this thing attracting lightning, it's all a bit be careful. So obviously we need to energize it now, don't we? Or do we? That's the clue. You have to get struck so you can keep jumping. Is that the pink girl who looks like Cyrene / Alicia? Or... The answer was maybe, because I don't know who's on 3.1 Phase 1. I don't play that game. Okay, we gotta tap you again. I didn't know she had a Mac. Okay. The only thing I really knew about her is that a lot of people were all, you know, characters literally Cyrene if she was in Lua. For better or worse. But now you're just here now. I guess. I really want to see what their persistence is. Oh, okay. So what you're saying is the final battle of Fate Grand Order Lost Belt 5.2 Olympus. Never mind. Okay. If only we could carry the relay mechanism the whole way. That would be nice. I say that because at the end of that story chapter, which means absolutely nothing to you, they summon, as they would a servant, the Greek god Ares. And in the setting, all the Greek gods, and, you know, technically by extension the Roman ones, are actually giant space mechs, which is apparently a reference to the mecha anime Mazinger. But that's what it is in the setting. And then eventually they assumed more humanoid forms. So, you know, for example, Heracles is not a mech. He's just a big guy. Because at that point the Greek gods weren't mechas anymore. And what unit is that? Yeah, who's her Escoffier? Yeah, I didn't know that they added essentially dog shit in Lua. It's crazy. Which makes sense, but... Is it a 4-star or a 5-star? I guess that's the real question. Because a lot of people are talking about how Shibai does not need a 5-star support. Her support is Ilaga. Oh, okay. Oh, they gave her a halo. I could make a dumb joke. Okay. Yeah, they gave her a halo. Yeah, blue archive for people attracted to adult women. Blue archive for non-pedophiles. Okay. But... oh, goodness. Let's keep going. It is still really funny. You know, in an awful kind of way. They made one character who's of age, and because of that, she's the villain. But one way or the other. Okay. There was a thing a little bit ago where their lead dev went on a polemic against AI art. And people were making the joke of like, you don't have to hand it to them. You don't have to hand it to them. Okay. Have fun. Let me just check. The power of research. Where did that guy go? Fangel is... He's quest exclusive, and then he disappeared. Oh, that's sad. So that's why he's gone. Yeah. Well, let me see. So there's another bit of treasure around here. Wonder if we have to get any of these little bots struck by lightning. I could see that. More of this here. There's something to push that way. Interesting. But again, gotta save some artifact juices for Shibai artifacts, and to a lesser extent, I suppose, Varka pieces. I am probably going to spend... a bit of... I'm gonna probably wait until Disturbance Outbreak and Stygian next batch before I actually put... a hex set together for Varka, to be honest. Oh, wait. So this breaks it. Can I drop this? Well, that'll break it too. There we go. So what kind of treasure here? No, that prevents me from jumping, obviously. So wait. What was I supposed to... What's the trick? Do I want to get you struck? Mr. Lightning Guy? Okay. There's something around here that's a treasure clue. Elemental Sight is not showing anything in particular. So what was... If we stand on here, this'll probably get us struck and attract some lightning after long enough. Yeah, we just had to energize you. Okay. That makes sense. And it's this one now. Okay. Hi. Well, that's interesting. Just a matter of energizing individual bots who need to get struck. That did not change you at all. So this should be the last one. It's rule of 3, as usual. That was fun. So we got the dog type, the rabbit type, and the normal type. Human? Maybe. Close. Just gotta put that back now, or... Oh. No, merge. Okay. And yeah, I can see that's there. I can see it. And now... You're just happy, right? Shouldn't you change your appearance now that we've actually collected the treasure? I don't know, maybe. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you again, and that's a... Okay. Fire elf? Interesting. But I am doing long overdue Nod Cry exploration cleanup. That's all we're doing. As in, so overdue that this isn't even the current area. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? The really funny thing is, of course, this one area from 6.0 is as big as these three from 6.3. Or I suppose it would be more accurate to say that the area from 6.3 is as small as one area from 6.0. Then they divide into 3 areas so our Primigem budget would at least not be impeded. I guess that's kind of nice. I guess. Okay, let's take the elevator down and go back through the nothing passage. Yesterday, I decided to teach myself to do Nefer's dash cancel tech, which allows her on her best team to significantly just speed up the rotation and increase the DPS. And it's still a worse team than Columbina with Flynn's. As in terms of DPS. And that's a sustainless Nefer team versus a team that has an Neffa for shielding. It's actually sad. I joked that Nefer is Genshin's first female male character. as a result... Oh, but... You know, they added the DPS dummy in Miliastra. So... If you want, I could show you, if you wanted to just see what those rotations are supposed to look like and how much better the Flynn's team is, even with sustain. And actually, right now, technically could run the Dottore fight. Just the weekly. Yeah, sure. Why not? The really crazy thing about the Dottore fight, he has multiple attacks that are similar to... Oh... the final boss of Kirby and the Forgotten Land of all games. Which is very, very funny to me. Great game. Great game. But still just interesting choice. You know? So... let's just run that weekly real quick. Let's go and actually get our energy back. Un poco. Get some dew back so I don't need to worry about charging up. We'll get more energy, so that's not a huge deal, but still. Make those there so they don't explode on me. Cool. Huh. He's got a big rockfall attack, which is similar to the Elphois Meteor Shower. The initial attack is similar to one from the DLC, and... Okay. And the rings he summons are also similar to rings that Elphois will use. We can hit him, and that will also start that attack. The extra DLC version of Elphois is a very similar attack to this. In Kirby. Okay. No. With a bloom. Now we can iframe. That at least we should be able to. Thanks for hyper blooming me. Okay. That's fine. No. Still good damage. But it drained our energy. Moved too fast. Similar to another attack that he's got. Alright. Sure, let's actually go into the rift this time. That's fine. Defeat all moon replica shades, but the crazy thing is, of course, well, actually we can. Oh, interesting. The element's just invisible. Huh, interesting. Thanks. It's actually more interesting than if they just be unusable. Time to stop moving. Then we get some energy. I'm just waiting for him to do his meteor shower attack. He doesn't even have that much HP. You can just avoid that. And oh look, it's another attack that's a little bit like an attack in Kirby. It's a good deal easier though. Okay. Now that one's over. Ouch! Did not expect you to be dead. Okay. You know what? Sure. Get revived. Well, face the doctor. Sure. If you say so. All moon replica shades. And it's this completely invisible dendro. It's kind of crazy. Not just kinda. Alright. And that will deal damage to him. It can't kill him. But honestly, he's weak enough. It isn't even really necessary. It's kind of crazy. You know, maybe that's a good enough feather to keep. Okay. Yeah, what I can also do, I can also just do some conversions and take Columbina's usable skills to 9-9. That's impressive. Which will make this team a little bit stronger. Not that much more, especially since Columbina's own damage on this team is mostly based on being able to use Lauma's Pale Him Quills, but still. You're Dendro now. Okay. It is a very fun team to run. It's also worse than the Totally Sustainable Splints team. Which, okay. Let's make you marginally stronger. It would probably be worth it to take her to 10 on her skill and burst. Though again, probably not necessary. And for you, it's just make sure I don't want to have to guess and guess wrong. Right, the mass. We need 3 more mass. This is why we have 5 billion dream solvents. And Varka does not use these mats. I imagine Lowen and Nicole probably will, but technically, based on getting 10 characters who use a boss's mats, we are technically due for one other character to use Arlecchino's mats. Money. We could do another. We could. Whatever. Could take this to 40. If we really wanted. Mayhaps. But not right now. I feel like killing the crab again. Let's do that. Hello there. Hello. Nothing nearby in the area at all. Go ahead. Now. Cool. Oh, ouch. Now. Oh. Nice. Okay, are you gonna... Should go up soon, shouldn't you? Yeah, probably. Ouch! What? Oh, you were waiting. We could have actually sped that kill up, couldn't we? Oh, whatever. And yep, because we're in Nod Crush, you got some back. Awesome. Still need that energy. Which, to be fair, I could get from Dottore. That is true. Because behind the rock, you significantly regen. Okay. This is why we built 5 billion energy recharge on you. Alright. Let's try that one more time, just for fun. And a rather meager amount of Waka berries. And midsummer berries. Alright. Hello then. Gonna wait for those hits to proc. There's our nuke. Okay. Oh well. Ouch! Okay. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Well, and now you're dead. And it was too soon. That sucks. And the revive actually hadn't come back. Well, I guess that's something. Honestly, I should actually use a skill proc in order to... There we go. Generate a few more particles and also just make sure the seeds convert and don't explode. But again, this is a totally sustainless team. It's silly. But again, you either run Neffa or you just run Lauma. I've never actually tried past the initial Stygian appearance of this guy. Try using just Lauma. Which, I mean, that's how it's gonna be. But still. Okay. Thanks. There we go. Thank you. Cool. Now, you're probably gonna... Are you going to? Maybe not. Okay. What? Well, okay. But hey, guess who actually has their stuff going? That's fine. Cool. And let's actually hit a few more. Just to make sure that it actually deals... Oh, no, but they target its current location when that first procs, so we actually got nothing. That is really stupid. Okay. And they're non-seed versions. You don't get any seeds from that. What a waste of my time. Okay. We did get to use the Bina Revive. That's something. And of course, the percentage is just whatever out of 10 her friendship level is. So it starts at 1 and goes to 10% goes to 100. Okay. Respectable damage. Okay. Well, now that we've done that stupidity, let's go back here and play around in Nothing Passage. There we go. Girl power or whatever. So there's something inside here. But how am I intended to get in? Well, probably by just transforming as so. And oh look, there's just a little dinky treasure chest. Fun. 79. Lempo is not all that big, but it's bigger than the area they added this version. It's bigger than the 3 areas they added this version. Yeah. Oculus, which is Clearly, we just want to shoot inside that. Okay. Aim and fire. Yay. That's 80. Meeting point construction finalizes at 90, last I checked. We can go through post-quest nothing passage, at which point there should be nothing in there. Yeah. Oh. A tiny amount of berries. Let's get that. The desert we consider rain a blessing. And it's right here. Above the passage. It, again, is funny how they put these just incredibly meager amounts of basic gatherables. But hey, there's something for people who care. Already full on mint seeds. Okay. That up top was... oh, interesting. Yeah, we went up there, but there was this drop down. And it reconnected up to the top, which is... yeah, the topography, the topographic aspect of the map is more than a little silly. Okay. But again, it's anything that's actually meaningfully important, needed, or usable is going to show up under the compass, so why do I even care? Why should I even care? I am Iron Man. Good song. And it. Authorization terminal. We've seen these already. Wretched machine. Oh, it's Prayer Bazensky. But right, it was the blue moon power orb and the red moon power orb that condensed and basically sent us into the moon gate. Right, and it's... the animals are weird. The Armory Palace. It is interesting that they haven't said explicitly that Sandrone runs the Armory Palace, though presumably she does. Interesting. Okay. We checked these out when we went through here before. The nothing passage has nothing. The color. The moon rocks. So was it just the orbs themselves, or was it animals and creatures possessed by them that ended up killing them? It's not exactly clear. But, you know, that's the point. It's cosmic horror. No water there. Okay. We can absorb a few of these. But it is funny, because with the reveal that all the moon power is just basically pieces of Columbina that were in the past scattered over the land via her time travel in the Moon Gate. Technically, this is her fault. She's the one who should be apologizing for this. But that would imply, I imagine, that the space and the giant metal disc that we went over is... oh... presumably the Moon Gate, I would imagine. It was a cool quest here. And it was literally just called Color Out of Space, which is a Lovecraft short story. Yo, it controlling, perverting the plants and animals in an area. This color seeping out of a meteorite. Yeah, in the middle you have this much more whitish, well, this white-violet, because of the red and blue, where they merged. But now that black hole is gone forever. Probably for the better. But, yeah, prevent your death, go no further. All these little passages we got to go through before. It's quite cool. There is an apocalyptic bunker area in the new in the new region added that a lot of people joke is it basically is Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay, and I'm not kidding. But and that is the similar sort of atmosphere, but there the issue is not moon power, it's abyss. But especially with the reveal of all moon power Kuvaki being the product of Columbina. Survival and defense, because it's... but I suppose this is kind of a hint that it's pieces of Bina. Yeah. Because, again, the previous Moon Sisters aren't familiar with it. They have no connection to it. It's purely hers. So this is her fault. It's all her fault. Yeah, FNAF mentioned. I did play FNAF a while ago, back in the day. It gave me a few frights, which was funny, but I think my heart is probably weak enough as a result of the stress of working a waged job that if I tried to play FNAF these days, especially if I played one of the actually scary ones, because I played 1 and 2. I beat 2 legit, albeit with some assistance. I cheated on 1. I will admit it, I have no shame. I cheated to beat the first 5 Nights at Freddy's. And then I punished myself by subjecting myself to the Bite of 87 in the custom night mode. But, oh, if I played one of the actually scary ones or difficult ones, like 3 or 4, that might actually cause me to go into cardiac arrest and die on stream, which would be very funny. But I don't think it would be a good idea. Just saying. Seen this before, and it is all about just inky green in the moonlight. It's controlling the animals. It's the color out of space. Interesting adaptation. What's your favorite Lovecraft adaptation? It's a quest in this wretched game. Perhaps. Okay. Prevent your death. Go no further. And there's one on the south end, too. Yeah, how are you supposed to get here? How are you supposed to get up here? Okay, the elevator takes you up to the Amber Lake. So the actual path you're basically supposed to take, you know, if you were a real person in this world, would be go up the shoal and then take the elevator either up to the top here, or go through Nothing Passage and die. Or go to the Amber Lake. But of course, if you get near the Eye of Krati to try to sail around, then you die too. There isn't really a good option. It's funny people talk about, you know, if you were a real person to that, where would you want to live? The answer is nowhere. Unless you're a vision wielder, you're just gonna die. Even if you are a vision wielder, you're probably just gonna die. Huh. There is an Oculus up over there. What happens if we go through this way? Is this a pathway to something? It kinda, actually. Huh. Okay. So the water, really. Huh. Got some goats. Could use a Verdant Dew charge attack to kill one of them, but I don't really want to do that. There's a mole! Hello. And oh, this is how you get up here. It is always interesting to minimize teleportation use, to see the way you're meant to get places without just climbing manually. I did do a lot of manual climbing when I was unlocking teleports to really just get specialty farming routes. It's interesting, one, how many of these trampolines we have, or moon lanes and various other ways to just move through the air or super jump, and the fact that absolutely zero of them are connected in any way, shape, or form to character kits. I did appreciate Natlan, though I appreciate it from the perspective of someone who rolled for every single Natlan character, and was able to explore areas using the characters who have upgraded versions of the Saurian abilities, don't have to worry about finding a Saurian, and are all in all meant to be strictly better versions. Welcome back to the land of the living. How are you doing? Yeah, what's up top of this way? It answers nothing. Because I did go over here. And yeah, it was nothing. That's right. But it doesn't get meaningfully colored until you go down here. Right. In the middle, there's no inherent infusion, and then you go to either side, and you get a permanent, as long as you're in the area, moon power infusion of either red or blue. And it... Yep. Cross this threshold, and it goes and comes. Interesting. Okay. Oh, and these treasure hoarder types. That's right. And what's interesting is that some of them actually have special dialogue for Yahuda, I believe. They spot her, they'll call her a traitor and stuff. But they fight exactly the same as certain Vitui Opashniki. 5. Didn't you say it was more like 200? I think you mentioned it before. Hey, hello. Well, we can just take your weapons, can't we? Hello. Let's just take them all. This is fun. And but that sword is not an empowered weapon, so it's not going to... Interesting. Okay. Nice. There we go. I have never actually used the fluffy meow balls before. They're cool. She does have a cute aesthetic. You can see it deplete with every... Oh, interesting. Yep, and when it's empty, you get one last, and it's the bottle itself. What is this Hollow Knight Silk Song where you can chuck the empty flea brew bottle? Maybe. Perhaps. Some down there. Okay. The Aya Karate's over there. I can probably get... this side of the island. Basically stop at the Nasha Town boundary, I think. With the time I have left, stopping at around 4 hours. Most likely. Moon Lane is over there from where we went before. It is definitely a shame that only when Yahoda hits an enemy can she actually go into the dash. Otherwise, she just tosses a smoke bomb. It is quite cool that despite it being 2 versions before, she mentioned smoke bombs in the initial Archon quest during the research facility infiltration, and then it does wind up in her kit. I appreciated that. I don't even... Probably not. I would probably prioritize getting the weapon. And then go for whatever the equivalent of constellations are in that game, once you've already got that. Perhaps. It's up to you after all, but if I played that game and I were in your position, that is probably how I would handle it. Jump. Right, but still, as things stand, you're counting on getting some of them early. And that categorically isn't something that can ever be counted on. Can activate you. What does that mean? Oh, we have to split it, don't we? Or wait. That disengaged that. Oh, and now you got stuck. Okay. And now that repels instead of attracts. That busts it open, and what's here? Investigate. Oh, it's just a spirit. And now we have a moon lane taking us where? Oh, it's they're just doing silly behavior. Okay. Okay. I suppose. I mean, it's not as if you can't get lucky. It's just that luck is definitionally something that's nice, but can't be counted on. As you know. Sometimes I like to consider myself lucky. And then I get burned. You have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's what. So, Derwent the Hermit. ... What kind of dialogue you got? Oh. Oh. Interesting. Atlas. Okay. Just settles. Okay. Yeah, don't count on winning 3. That's a 1/8 chance. You have a 1/8 chance of that. Don't do that. That's not the kind of thing you can expect. If it happened, it would be nice, but... What do you do here? Me? I'm a hermit. I live here. About your headgear, this, I have to wear it. It blocks out the noise. It's a bit more complicated than that. I shan't disturb you then. I mean, right, and... I mean, the whole point is that besides something like an utter 50-50 loss, I'm gonna pay you... I'm gonna fund you taking a statistics class. I'm sorry. But past odds are never a prediction of future odds. It might have happened before, but it's not the kind of thing that will happen more than 1 in 8 times, 1 in 8 instances on average. And that's just on average. You could get worse, but I mean better, but you could also get worse. So what are these goats doing? Just a spirit in here. Are they gonna get angry at me or something? Just tending these goats. It's back here. I mean, if you're prepared for the unpleasant possibility, then it is what it is. But you gotta be prepared. Oh, Moondust Treasure Hunter. Open 240 chests on Lempo Isle, Hisi Isle, and Paha Isle. It just... We can do that to your neck and send you flying away. That may have been a little mean. This is not a two-way one. But as I was saying, just don't put yourself in a position where you expect to get really lucky, and then you just have a normal amount of luck, not even bad luck, just normal luck, and then wind up disappointed. Because it would be nice, again, it would be nice to win 3 coin flips in a row, but that's mathematically a 1 in chance. Yeah, it's one thing to only expect good things to happen. It's another to expect only good and also statistically highly improbable things to happen. But I'll stop berating you. Perhaps. And at the top here we have a Rhinoculus and another Moon Spirit. Yeah. Just say, like, you're not my dad or something, and make me feel bad. And then I won't pester you anymore. Okay. And now... Okay, fair. Oh, and it's got this circle. That's pretty. And that just takes us up to an Oculus. Similar to some of the Thunder Spears in Inazuma on Seirai, the boat puzzle inside the Seirai Maru. It's kind of similar to this. It put you in some... Spawned a Thunder Tree, and there was a spot that was really just for an Oculus. I mean, an Electroculus. It didn't take you anywhere in particular. The Thunder Spears just shot you really high up in the air to get an Oculus. If you say so. More important to save up your Wuwa gems. Whatever they're called. Okay, so we're... Oh, you're kind of supposed to reach it via this way, which is... You can hop up using the bots, but this is presumably how the guy claiming to be Derwent got here. Coming from the Eye of Krati. Ah, interesting. Because the guy over there has a secret, which we'll find out with more intel quests. It's Asterites, right? Is that what they're called? I think so, right? Because they got Stellar Jades, they got Polychromes, Prima Gems, obviously. All sorts of different... Gosh, a slap. Okay. So what else we got around this way? There's some kind of challenge. Okay. Yeah, I call them Wuwa Gems because it's funny and a little bit mean. If you want me to stop, I may consider it. Yeah. So this way by the shore, we can cross over here. Right, but again, it's technically the way is this spot from Krati. Oh, interesting. And that was Zhongli. Not Zhongli, Xiangli. And who else? It's the Lunapod. No. I got a Lunar Bloom. There we are. Oh, we still got it. I should have just bursted. Oh well. That damage can kill. Oh, the pirate guy. Do they even go by a region structure? They don't, do they? Because I saw... Okay, okay. It's another one, and here we are. We can switch to the blue one. Because I know that they had, you know, the Romish area, the Septimont, which is, you know, a reference to the Septim Colles, the Seven Hills of Rome. Did you know that? But one of those hills is literally the Vatican. That's why Vatican City is called Vatican City. But, of course, most of the hills don't exist anymore because they were terraformed, or were really just not much of hills to begin with, but... Oh, goodness. Oh, okay. Please don't fail me now, connection. Okay, okay. It stuttered for a minute, but... Okay, and it's all the way down by the Ayakrati. So is... What is here? If anything. That's weird. You know, the final cutscene of that story line, whatever, where it, you know, all the characters from the reason came to say goodbye to you. And someone had fed it through the slop generator, so all of them looked pregnant. And people were just like, why isn't Brant pregnant too? I figured there was a 50-50 shot you'd seen that. Okay, and we can feed a few more in. Okay. Alright. Yeah, you may have blocked that one out of your memory. I envy you. If so. But yeah, because that is just to take you to that moon lane, which takes you to the challenge in that little shoal, which I already did. So there you go. Is there anything on top of this? Be kind of rough to get to. Not too bad. Just gotta switch in. Thank you, Aino. Hydro Cutching. Kinda. But also... No, not that. Let's just check this here then. We're blue again. And oh, there's a... What are you doing here? Huh? The bot disappeared? When we got close, or when we... Weird. So I guess it's just to be... No, you're going the right way. Keep using the moon lane. Keep going. But... Bloxors? Bloxors mentioned in 2026. I was never able to beat that as a kid, because I was, you know, a stupid child. And now I'm a stupid adult. Or a stupid man-child. Oh, that came back. Because it spawns back in if you're going the other way? Maybe. But it... Oh! It... Oh, interesting. So that's what happened, and... So there was another chest there. Oh, interesting. Just as we came through here. And now that moonlight's gone. Oh, that's funny. I've thought that maybe one day I should just play a bunch of old Flash games. Because there are sites that emulate it, or ways to emulate Flash. That could be very fun. One thing I was also interested is, there was a game that was 2 actual editions of it, with different games of course, that came out, you know, those fake games you see in ads, that you can either play 10 seconds of it or just not at all. Someone made those into an actual minigame collection. Someone in Miliastra. You know, the one where you have the little army of guys and you can step through the gates to add more guys or change their weapons. They... Let's just go fight this guy, maybe. Oh, well, let's go over this way first. Maybe. Maybe. Perhaps. Oh, but that... the game with the gates and the dudes with guns. Someone made that into a game in Miliastra. In an actual game with... It's not actually infinite. It pretends to be, but it's actually 200 waves, and the game ends if you beat 200 waves. It was really good. It was very, very well made. It gets a lot easier, understandably, once you snowball enough, which is, you know, kind of the point of the game's concept, though, of course, it's not a real game outside of, well, that one guy made a Miliastra, but... And to be fair, it's... He added a number of things, such as enemies that will shoot projectiles at you that have to be dodged, otherwise they'll decrease your power. The big challenge change he made was making it so that power is mostly additive, because in all those ads you just get more guys, and that's purely multiplicative. He made it a lot harder, understandably, for game balance reasons, to get anything that was multiplicative in that fashion, which was a good game design decision. They were trying to make an actual game instead of an advertisement, but... You know, as someone who plays Danmaku shoot-em-ups, it wasn't really that bad. But, and also I focused on... You also get roguelike-esque upgrades. There are a lot of roguelikes in Miliastra, a lot of which are good. But... Such as giving you more bullet types... Because initially you start out shooting arrows, or upgrading the damage of various bullet types, and there are buffs that increase all your bullets, and the idea is kind of meant to be you use them situationally. But what I did was just, I picked the ice one that can freeze and slow down enemies, and also just has a bigger hitbox, so it wouldn't be as tough to aim and hit smaller enemies. And that was just all I needed. That was as good as it got and needed to get. But it was genuinely very well put together. I was impressed. Let's absorb this. Oh well. We can jump and... Oh, there's a moon one right there. I guess I could have just looked up. Oh well. Now... Another challenge. Is this it? This is going to be combat, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh well. Defeat all opponents, it's radiant. Hello, okay. Maybe I don't like that. Hi. Okay, how did that miss? That's dumb. Okay. You're next, Mr. Rimehorn. Hello. Nice, good and strong, and last one. Boom. Boom. To be fair, if you've got good dew generation, you're not trying to speed up a rotation. The DPS goes down, but the total damage per attack... I believe it's higher if you don't do the skip. And that shot us up. We got absorbed. Absorbabud. That's a pretty view. That's also another way to get up here if you don't want to do the trampoline jumps. That... If I say Metroidvania, maybe they'll kill me. They probably should kill me, but... multiple paths to a single area. And of course you can just climb up, though it... Really, that's just Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is a good game. I'm still a hater. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Crap. Okay. I've put a bit of thought, and of course it's going to have to wait until unemployment or at least summer and reduced hours. But about what I want to do to make, as I said before, a Miliastra game where you play as monsters. And I think we'll get the... Maybe we'll just get the top half. Okay. We'll see how far we can get. Maybe I'll go a little over. Okay. There's our Lunapod. And you're even in water. Isn't that nice? Okay. I was trying to dash, but it's too deep in the water for that. Oh, that's funny. Right, because I believe there are some kicks in the sequence that don't come out if you don't use... Oh, if you dash cancel, but of course, most of it still comes out, so you're getting more in the long run. More damage in the long run, and oh well. Get smacked. It. Crab, crab, crab. Could become the Crab Czar, because that is a rock crab. Yeah, because the Lunapods are the equivalent of these snails. The antelopes aren't precisely the equivalent of the deer, but they kind of are. And the funniest one is that the moonfly is the equivalent of the little moonflies. And then... What's around here? By the Eye of Crowdy, we did most of it. There's a chest over there and an oculus somewhere around. Okay. And then the blade horns are the equivalent of the little rhinos. Which is also fun. It'd be cool if I could make him trigger winter reactions or something, but I don't imagine. I wonder if Miliastra has the code for winter reactions outside of classic mode and just running Ineffa friends. A lot of people have been playing the PvP mode somebody made, which it will let you use your character's cons and all, which is very funny. And it's just here. Okay. Somewhat anticlimactic. I've heard of it. It's very funny to me. You know, the concept is funny to me because it's just... You're just rolling for other, different versions of the main character, right? Because the entire premise of the series is that everybody is just an irrelevant Zako except the main character. Okay. Right. I have heard that there is a web novel that's been adapted in various forms known as Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. And people jokingly say that it's basically what solo leveling fans say solo leveling is, in a way that's meant to be disparaging to one and complimentary to the other. And you can't see the Dendro. Okay. Cool. Thanks. Dash cancel is very, very strong. Nice. But the actions are... Oh, okay. Fair. And why are you using Ganyu's charge attack? How does that happen? Now you're dead. These guys are tough. I mean, especially, even if you have elements that can react or otherwise continue to apply, but... Because if I had Lunar Charge, I wouldn't have been able to apply anything. The only reason I was able to get any reactions, because the Dendro was able to coexist with the Frozen. Even though the icon wasn't shown, it was actually invisible. But it was still there. Another Oculus. But the big thing that people talk about when they compare the two web novels and their adaptations is that, and as a FGO slop consumer, I do appreciate, you know, works with non-combat protagonists, because it does allow other characters to contribute in the narrative more easily and look cool without it people saying and thinking, okay, why did they do that instead of, you know, protagonist man? Because that's what Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is apparently about. You know, maybe I will read it. You know, maybe I'll read it in translation. Maybe I'll spend 5 years learning Korean, and then lose all interest in it by the time I'm done, and then just have learned Korean for nothing. But, oh, as I was saying, the whole deal with its main character is that the basic premise, as you may or may not know, is that he was the one reader of an unpopular web novel, Meta, and then the entire world became the setting of that novel, with its characters and all. So basically, he took it upon himself to protect the protagonist of the web novel from the various misfortunes he encounters in the novel, because he's the only person who read it, and therefore the only person who has knowledge of what's at least originally going to happen. But he's largely a non-combat protagonist, which gives a reason to exist for the character who was the original main character, and you know, various other characters in the narrative, because it's not just a matter of, and to be fair, you know, the premise of solo leveling is uniquely oriented around negating the purpose, contribution, and existence of other characters in the setting, for better or worse. Make of that what you will, but regardless, having a combat-based protagonist itself also lends itself to that sort of situation. I mean, they are both power fantasies, but they're different kinds of power fantasies. You know, it's sort of, I guess you could say it's a knowledge fantasy to that extent. Okay. To be fair, some of the advocacy people do for one versus the other is that... Oh. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has a fan base that thinks it's yaoi for the main character and the protagonist of the web novel, as I mentioned. Which, you know, your mileage may vary, but... you know, you can't do that in solo leveling. There aren't any characters to really pair him, Song Jin-woo, with, because there aren't really other characters. For better or worse. Okay. Get that, but there's nothing to break through, because we're already there. Excited sailor. Never thought we'd find the proof of the cognoscenti in a place like that. All thanks to Captain Greytear's guts. If there were any other way, he wouldn't deserve to be captain of the Atlas. Darn it, Wavis has fallen overboard. Hark, where's Hark? Hark of the Crackjaw. You know, the Atlas won't sink. It doesn't end for us like this. We've been here before. But... Cognoscenting. Great treasure. Because they unlocked the statue up north, right? This is the wreck of the Atlas. And that sends us down there like a ship sailing through the fog. But it's interesting because aside from the teleport, there isn't really a way out. And the whole sequence repeats. My tattered cloak, dance no, don't stop. Yeah, exactly, you've already leveled up Sung Jin Woo. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with it? Level up another Sung Jin Woo? Okay. And we have these notes here. There were some ghost NPCs who we didn't encounter. Not sure if we will. Basically, at least one of the kids. This was the nanny of some kids who drowned in the shipwreck. Became a changeling. Well, was a changeling. Yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. So can the other ones level up too? That's kind of inaccurate, isn't it? Joking. But it's... You can't just climb out of here, right? Maybe. If I were to... Yeah, it's just a solid wall. It would be funny if you could just jump out of here. But the bottom there is solid. Huh. Well, to be fair, we're not beneath the Eye of Karate right now. You do get sent a little bit to the left. Okay, okay. Oh, so it... You can't assume direct control? Interesting. Okay, okay. So it's an action game? Okay. Hey, she's small enough to fit. Fun enough. And now we can go down again. Again, we're retracing our path, but there's nothing new here. And this turns on and off, and there's an achievement you can get here. Already did that. By dragging some rocks and some dewdrops through the area and having it get stolen from you by the intermittent magnetization. There ain't much here, if anything. Okay. But no, it's permanent magnetism. Oh, okay. Does that mean you can't do the dungeons if you don't have other characters? Hey, it's Imaginarium Theater. Your daughter, that question's a bit tough for me to answer. My two of them sisters much younger than me. Kids are aged and have all sorts of ideas. Talking about the changeling, maybe? Probably. Oh, okay. Ah, I didn't see this the first time around. Water-stained investigation notes, and this is about the wreck. Oh, about Papa Wrench. Victims MZ Pleskana of a loan shark died a violent death with multiple stab wounds. VT Yakub, head of the Black Spruce Trading Company, died in a freak accident buried by an avalanche. Suspects, kid Dmitri, former rail worker, lost everything due to Plekanov's exploitation. Ovi Kozlov, second in command at the trading company, had recent disagreements with Yakub. The two suspects with the most compelling motives both had airtight alibis, stymieing the investigation, but precisely because their alibis are so perfect, it raises suspicion that something else is going on. Two apparently unrelated cases, but the motives linked to the suspect in the other case. This can't be a coincidence. Dmitri and Kozlov come from vastly different backgrounds. Their lives and social circles have no overlap. Okay, okay. FGO is a bit similar. There was no clear thread to connect them, however, upon investigating, Dimitri's associates discovered that when he was working as a locomotive engineer, Kozlov also served as an ordinary crew member on the same line. Clearly, Kozlov was not proud of his job, and he concealed this part of his past when he joined the Black Spruce Trading Company. Two were reunited by chance during a train breakdown due to one's past grievances, and the other's desire for power agreed to work together. Dmitri uses inside knowledge to manufacture a quote-unquote natural avalanche, staging it as a tragic accident, while Kozlov uses his own tried-and-tested methods to warplike enough to abandon warehouse and kill him. Fools always believe they can cheat fate. There's no such thing as the perfect crime. There are only imperfections that are yet to be uncovered. Chief Stolanov and Mr. Shesternin were scheduled to meet on the deck. The agreed-upon time arrived, but Mr. Shesternin was nowhere to be seen. Thus, his companion, Zoriki, was unusually calm and spoke with a coldness that felt out of place. He claimed to know nothing of Mr. Shesternin's whereabouts when told his cabin might be searched. An almost undetectable sense of panic seemed to flash across his face, before quickly donning a mask of concern. He took great pains to emphasize Mr. Shesternin's obsession with machinery. Attempted to convince us that his absence was coincidental. My intuition tells me he's lying. Well, this matter can be concluded before we reach Nasha Town, and the old man who taught Aino how to make robots was almost murdered by being pushed off a boat by his son-in-law. And that was the idea behind the Proof of the Cognoscenti quest that was up here in Blue Amber Lake. Okay. Let's fight you. Sure. And pleasantly, this will also work. Nice. Cool. Nice. And another one. Finally. The dash cancels are very satisfying. Glad that I figured out how to do that. Yeah, you do miss, actually, one of the Lunar Bloom hits, but it's kind of okay, because you get the other ones out faster. It's a strict DPS increase. Huh. Okay. It's a blue moon lane. You're blue now. Okay. I really do need to play Deltarune. At this point, I kind of feel like waiting for the whole game to be out. Because I haven't played any of it yet. I've been monitoring it. Thinking it would not take as long to come out as it did. But then it took as long to come out as it did. So. Well, it's very much IP gacha in that your enjoyment of it is going to be tied almost entirely to how much you enjoy the source material. FGO was similar, but kind of grew past that, I would at least like to say, as someone who's been toiling in those mines for a long time now. But though, to be fair, anything 3D is going to be at least a little bit of a cut above in comparison. Which, the game you're talking about, it's 3D, right? 3D real-time. The big thing is just anything chibi. And I mean, that's fine in the end. Not everyone has $5 billion, but inherently, chibis are displaying a lack of budget. There are 2D games that are high budget and high quality, but nothing is going to be chibi unless they're doing it to cut costs, for better or worse. One of my cousins is a big Arknights guy, and one of the reasons I never really felt interested in getting into Arknights, well, one of them is that, besides Pokemon Tower, I mean, I enjoyed the various Bloons Tower Defense games, and I enjoyed Pokemon Tower Defense. Pokemon Tower Defense is a modern classic, but Tower Defense as a genre in general isn't a personal favorite. I'm not gonna seek out games because they're Tower Defense games. And as a result, interesting. Nothing nearby. And also not just that, but chibi. FGO is it's 3D. I mean, no, it's 2D. And at the start it looked kind of stupid, but it is high quality. It eventually became a very high quality game. Let's break your shield. Nice. Nice. But now you got your aura back up. We actually want you to... Well, that will deal flat damage. Oh, okay, so it's an adaptation of the base game without any original story. Okay. There. Are you gonna... Yeah, there we go. And... And we do get a decent amount of flat damage from that, but this is obviously not well suited. And go ahead, get your aggravates. It's actually not terrible. That's fine. Yeah, but of course we can't proc Winter Charge at all here. At all. Come on. There we are. Well, No, you're not immune. Not immune to that damage type. Wait. Let me just check. The Hera gets immunity, but... Frost Knight. Tangled Vines. Right. So yeah, in base mode it's immune, in enhanced mode it's no longer immune. And it loses the automatic application. These things suck. I hate them. Okay. Especially since, you know, that bar fills up faster with winter reactions, but... For many of them, the inherent aura means any kind of lunar team is going to have an incredibly unpleasant time fighting them. It probably would have been better to just have them either have perm aura or immunity. Just not both. Because they're not slimes. It's not a sense of you want to use... You have to choose between the winter reactions and targeting their element a lot of times, which is unpleasant. Ilmari. And anything you gotta say? We've spoken to you before. Oh! He has intel. Well, he has an intel quest, but not intel of his own. After we get the proof of the cognoscenti, he has a bit of new dialogue. Proofs of the cognoscenti, the great treasure that lies east of the moon and west of the sun, if you ask me. Folks are greedily trace what isn't there has really come to a good end. Take the Atlas, for example. I heard Captain Gretchen was bewitched by all that talk of treasure. In the end, he met his fate at the bottom of the sea, and the treasure, it's not like it stayed buried with him. The other half's at the bottom of the sea. That's what Vampire Weekend said. All that fuss for nothing. Knickknacks, a boot, and he was originally from the Frostmoon Scions, I believe. Active character. Okay. Anything of note? And no. It's funny, because normally that brings up crystal treasure deposits, but no. Treasure hunting again, not the place to find it. Shipwrecks, treasure beneath the waves, not easy to get at. Moon has let something going among the towering waves. One-eyed Krati, right to rule its territory. Dark as ink. That tree curse used to be a whirlpool. Started growing out of it. All the souls of the people who got sunken, probably. And the rocks, right, because it's the moon power. It's Kuvaki is evil. Columbina is evil. Then the dewdrops. Yep, the other god was the Frostmoon sign, that's right. The singing of the dead. Yeah, it's... How are fish gonna get in there? It's pretty much inland. There's no fishing spot. Be funny if there was. And then you can just randomly fish up dead people. That would be unpleasant. Rather so. Okay. Well, we could probably go to... Could go do the Blue Amber Lake. Then we'll have done pretty much the top half. That's fine. Yeah, by the end of this patch, I can get this done and then do a little bit more. Do the new area next, but again, I'm primarily waiting for Illiga. I'm waiting for Illiga to do Final Night, because, yeah, there's some quests here, too, that want you to use some lamps. Right. Special dialogue for Flynn's for now, and therefore likely also Illiga. But portable bailing. Let's just go and, before I get forgetful, there are 6 more pieces of intel I can gather this week. So let's go gather them. The fishing lady has some intel of her own, actually. Even though she's, you know, not really in town. But 87. Could probably get to 90 and therefore completion of the meeting point at least. Which would be nice. Get all that done. I know. Some people were expecting Illiga to be Kudratov, the agent. Illiga to be connected to Liwei because he was coming out in the Lantern Rite patch, and then he just wasn't. So. And Kudratov shows up in Clink Clink Clash. He is the one collecting, which is fun. Yeah. And as to the second question, I still don't know. I mean, I still know that there are no new ones. Because Illiga is not Liwei. Oh, just my luck, collecting depths and Nodcry is so darn troublesome. What's wrong? Well, you have no idea, mate. The water here is deep as Alcin, and while the waves are calm on the surface, the depths are full of hungry undercurrents. The last time I went out to collect debts, the biggest gang and the Froop Sandre nearly had my head for it. The time before that, it took me till the end of my mission to realize the person I was chasing was being shielded by my own ruddy boss. I mean, just look at me, which is why when they send a young rookie with no connections to a troublesome dirt hole like Nodcry. Something goes wrong, my salary might not even be able to cover my medical bills. I just want to go back to Morthbesok. That's the village Tortali is from. Make some deer in peace, not like animals can just suddenly turn into a Fitchweek Harbinger and give me the tongue lashing of my life. Or so I hope. You might run into Tortalia there. What's wrong? Good luck. Thanks, I need all the luck I can get, so you be careful out there too. Young and experienced agent, not even remotely brave, wants to order a custom weapon, but is struggling to save up enough money. Collected that now. Okay. And he doesn't have anything new to say. I am... How many Yao-Yao cons do I have? I believe I have... C... Big Radish. Probably just Lanyan, because I have C6 on all the others except Yao-Yao, who I don't really care about. That adds another ring. That's fun. Up to its original maximum absorption. It's interesting. How do you talk to Kamenka? So who all is around? I want to use, guys. Dobby, owner of Mimas Brunner Books. But if we gather his intel, that's going to start a quest on its own. He offers his investments, that's right. Sell some books. Investment coupons are nothing but a scam. Spurious cannot be made genuine. You get your money. Investment coupons. Interesting. Blue amber should not take long at all. That goes up here. I guess that's another way to Baramos Barons. It is interesting how much they've... Yeah, they gotta make the pass, because someone's gotta actually get there, right? Ah, okay, it was hidden behind there. Interesting. So where's our intel? Are you... there's a chest here? That's nice. The bots are happy. Oh! There was a detective somewhere. Really is just a question of who and where. Touch you for a moon lane. What's that gonna be? And goes up here for an Oculus. It's pretty cool. It's always fun when there are things in town. It's another Oculus. It's a rooftop run. Like the Sonic level from Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Generations. Rooftop run. The Kane from Citizen Kane. Okay. And we could just get a few more, but again, I'm looking for intel that isn't gonna just start a quest immediately. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad, but still. The fishing lady has one. There are probably at least a couple here in the tavern. I did not notice until just now that the music actually plays from outside. Well, from inside to outside. Normally there are more chairs there, right? That's where Sandrone was, and no, there's no intel in here. So I guess they're all in the overworld. Huh. Okay. There's that detective, fishing lady. Oh, no, it's you, Omisov. You're not looking for work here, are you? Heed my words and flee this place as soon as you can. Oh, so the guy who mentioned not working for the... seeing the sign outside the flagship is talking about this guy. Okay. Cool. Not looking for work here, are you? Heed my words and flee this place as soon as you can. And work at the flagship. I know I'm talking about the Vitui recruiter there, a guy called Krushek. Don't follow for his schemes and don't let him hire you. Speaking from personal experience, I don't care about the low pay, but my friends who took those jobs just up and vanished. Never saw them again. Probably got killed by the Traveler. He worked for them. Oh, well, I don't love admitting it, but I was short on more back then. Vitui's more is as good as anyone else's. That's why I signed up. After slaving away for them day and night for a full month, they fired me for some cruddy breach of contract. Didn't get to see a single coin at the end of it. God, for some I'd ever been fired too embarrassing is what it was. It's all in the past, don't get too hung up, and what am I supposed to forgive or forget? How can they just get away with not paying me? I'll make sure they never trick anyone ever again, not as long as I'm here. You've worked for them, and... The Vitui have plenty of funds, and they're still not paying what they owe. Crazy, huh? They accused me of leaking their secrets, as if Reedmill was treasure squirreled away in the experimental design bureau was ever classified to begin with, which tells you to go there for the quest if we hadn't done that one already. Okay, so maybe I drank a bit too much and just slipped out. After that, I heard that a lot of treasure hunters started hatching schemes to get their hands on that treasure. Led to tons of people trying to break into the heavily guarded design bureau, causing the Vitui no end of trouble. So was bloody right. And thanks for the warning. Don't get fooled by the Vitui. Until former Vitui worker expelled for reselling Vitui supplies, no evidence of being a spy from another faction, likely just in it for the money. Worse than the Vitui. Okay. And he has no new dialogue based on whether we've gathered intel from him or not. He's not important or special enough for that. Okay. Cool. So... who else? Already from you, and it's Saurian relics gathering from him is going to put us into a quest against our will. And it's you. That's new. Sukjovik and Wushne. How many times have I told you to use your head kit? Look more weep less. Will you ever learn? Sukovik. They call him that because he sucks. Okay. First time when interacting with Yahuda. A crush. How many times have I told you to use your head kit? Look more weep less. Look more weep less. When will you learn? Will you ever learn? But I was just trying to do my duty as a lightkeeper. That helpless old lady, the agents weren't going to let her go. Helpless, that was Hilgena, the Black Barrel Hag. Oh, and she's one of the new local legends, so Kipamaki Quiff and Hilgena, oh interesting, have been hinted at from the very start. Oh, that's cool. More poor souls have suffered under her cruel hand than the number of wild pet monsters you've seen in your lifetime. If I hadn't pulled you away just now, you'd have ended up as a human shield, and I've been left trying to think of a way to get back from the Fatui. It was the same thing last time. You saw some little girl shedding some crocodile tears. He almost gave away an entire week's worth of supplies. I don't understand. Is everyone in the city constantly plotting some scheme? So I forget about it when we get there. You just listen and learn, okay? Watch how I deal with those crooks. And with Yahuda, let me see. And the little girl is presumably Yahuda. Itch. Okay. And it seems to be only once you've gathered the intel. Okay. From Sukovik. Okay. Lightkeeper, currently training an apprentice, appears to be planning to retire. With sustained injury, Kipamaki Quiff, up north, cannot engage in strategic activity, which they added. Must be here to buy supplies. I'm no good at handling people that uptight. Better get moving while I can. Okay. So a bit of special dialogue for you from Yahuda. After we've gathered the intel, it seems. They'll change a bit. Hello, Miss Yahuda. Hello, hello. I shan't bother you. And that's just the first time after you gather it with Yahuda and the party. Because presumably it was Yahuda who stole that. Yeah, that's funny. My mom is kinda homeless. My Yahuda is kinda homeless. Harshin the researcher. So next week I can get the rest of the intel if I care. Academia. His name is Ethiopian. Got all the evidence I need. Academic world, prepare to be blown away. Are you writing a thesis? Oh, you're interested in research too, young one. In that case, I'll lay out the basic outline. I don't suppose you've read my acclaimed work, Criticism on Pseudo-Remuria History, starting from the non-existence of Remus by any chance. We kinda met him. I don't think that's in dispute. My current thesis follows similar threads. I want to prove to the academic establishment that this world is a flat surface floating through the void, that its edge is right here in Nodcry. But then, of course, we go to space, which there was a flat to that theory back in Sumeru, but this proves it's not the case, or at least that it's pretending to be a sphere. Working from that basis, I further hypothesize that what we know of Seznai is a complete and utter fiction. It is not, nor has it ever existed. What do you mean Seznai is a fiction? Simple, since Nodcry is at the edge of the world, then no country could possibly exist beyond it. Though to be fair, if this is the western edge, there's still a north. Well, think about it, a nation of ice and snow in the north, a land where the Fae roam free. Sounds like Remuria, don't you think? Just the fanciful ramblings of bards and storytellers. Not really, honestly. Well, whatever. Not a single record in the House of Dana that describes Snezhnaya either comes from Snezhnaya or is written by a Snezhnaya. What does that tell you? It's obvious, isn't it? There is no Snezhnaya. It doesn't exist. It's a creation of vagrants and fugitives from Nodcry. Snezhnayans are everywhere. So you're still not getting it. These Snezhnayans are just people from Nodcry. They don't have any history of their own, so they've invented this grand advanced civilization called Snezhnaya to cover their barren past. Forget it, you'll understand once you read my thesis. It sounds more like feces. Okay. Herm. Then, but the Vitui are everywhere. Then let me ask you this, have you seen Snezhnaya for yourself, or have you only heard about it from people hiding behind masks? So-called Vitui are just wandering mercenaries and are different from the Eremites. They're being paid by some unknown power to spiritualize Snezhnaya's existence. I forget you'll understand once you read my thesis. I guess. Think I've heard enough? Okay. And be on your way then, you'll understand once you read my thesis. Academia researcher, apparent scholar, in truth, well-written, well-spoken, only in nonsense. Author of criticism on pseudo-Rimuri history. In any case, Snezhnaya does in fact exist. Thank you. It's nice that we got confirmation. I was kind of worried about what the next patch cycle would be then. Nodcry 2. Let's get... Oh, we got Natushka here. Should be the... There's a detective somewhere. Is he? Down here? There are a number of... Can find the fishing lady then. There was someone claiming to be a detective somewhere around. Well, I was not able to get intelligence from last week because I had used up a 6 per week, but... Oh, really? Where'd you go? Ah, Hirson, the detective. There we go. Interesting. And then I guess we can talk to the fishing woman. Hirson. Don't fail me now. Okay. Lots of things to talk to. Spend Hirson. So there's no quest here. Okay. Cool. Then we can talk to the fishing woman. If I'm not telling some husband who's having an affair, he's a private eye. I'm looking for earrings that someone lost on the road. If this is all a detective does, I'd be better off changing careers. It's work not going so well. Real gift for understatement you've got. There's so little of it going around that work is turning into an occasional pastime. So around here, even if a big case does occur, people would rather just round up all the suspects and interrogate them with the butt of a weapon. Get a real detective to investigate. You'd be amazed how many criminals they end up catching. A decent chunk more than the number of people who actually commit any crimes, I'd wager. Ah, extortion. I take it you haven't got any big cases recently. Well, I mean, I guess if count not long ago, I helped a murderer from Samir find the rough Sumter Beast. Found a suit curled up down an alleyway. Sumter Beast was pretty big, so I guess you could say that means the case was big too. I guess. Why do you want to change careers? Detectives aren't very popular in Nodcry. The only cases I get are for very minor problems. I often dream of cracking a really big case, pinpointing the one tiny hole in otherwise airtight act of criminality. Now I'm starting to think that instead of dreaming about it, I should be writing it all down and turning it into a detective novel. We used to Nodcry. Being a crime novelist sounds a lot more appealing than being a detective. In fact, I already have some ideas. You look like you've seen a few things. Why not be my first test audience? Sure thing, I'm all ears. Alright, first up is the Rift Hound of the Baskerubs, the Hound of the Baskervilles. The central conceit is this: a family who raises Rift Hounds uses them to open rifts to a secret room. They can carry out murders without leaving a trace. Okay. Why not just let the Rift Hounds do the murdering? Maybe we can skip this one. Alright, that's a good question. Maybe it's too focused on explaining how the family can open the secret room. Right, how about this one? The Bakufu Food Taster Murderers. Food taster from the Yashiro Commission uses their position to put poison in some tricolor dango, personally prepared by the Shogun in an attempt to assassinate the head of the commission. The plot hole there is the Shogun can't cook. I don't think they'd be able to taste the food. Oh, I think I see what you're getting at. There's no way a food taster would be allowed to touch something made by the Shogun themselves, as that would be seen as disrespecting the latter. Correct? Guess I need to brush up on Inazuman culture. Not that. I'm amazed how much you know about these things. Alright, this one's a surefire hit. Curious case of the Wee boa fruit, the orange. Boa fruit don't grow in Wee. Maybe we can skip this one. Oh really? I always thought boa fruit were a Wee specialty. So I thought my fantasies would make for exciting detective novels, but looks like becoming a crime writer isn't any easier than being an actual detective. Well, he's just kind of dumb. Okay. And so I'm more of a nonfiction fan? Really? Well, that's a shame. And if we say skip, it's going to abort the dialogue early, regardless of the place you're in, I believe. Let me just test that. You can skip this one, really. This concept not exciting enough. I could always refine it a little. And come on, come on. And the murdering. I don't think they'd be able to taste the food, and maybe we can skip this one. So it really looks like becoming a crime writer isn't any easier than becoming an actual detective. Right. That's where that breaks off. Okay. And goodbye and good luck. Goodbye and good luck to you too. That was the most touching blessing I've heard in quite some time, so I do hope that things start going well. Detective as well as a writer of mystery novels, has solved several homicides and none were cracked thanks to his deductions. One of his muttered inspirations for committing a crime was once put into practice by the Black Sturgeon Gang. This led directly to the gang's annihilation. Boss Neff said this guy's more or less the same line of work as us, but aren't Detective Tante, so as to solve cases, not actually make arrests. But is he something more than that then? And Yahoo appears with something on her mind. Hey, Mr. Hirson, we found the novel you asked us to look for the last time. We'll have it sent over to you when we get the chance. Really, thank you so much. Once I'm done with my mystery novel, you'll be the first to read it. Sure, sounds good. Mystery novel, he said. I don't really understand those. Maybe I'll give this one to Ineffa. She'll definitely enjoy it more than I will. Oh, wasn't Hirson saying anything now? Was he already thinking about the plot? Oh, well, I'd better leave quietly. Okay. So last one, then, I suppose, will be the fishing woman. Yeah. So the Saurian Relics guy and the other, the Mimisbrunner Books guy. Those are two. So there are four more that I haven't found then. Hedvika, the Not Quite Angler. Hold on a second. What was the verdict again? I feel like I settled on... Oh, she's a 2.5 height. Oh, interesting. And... okay. We talk to you as... the Yahoda. Okay. Hold on a sec, what was the verdict again? I feel like I settled on... like to buy some fishing supplies. Okay, take a look around. Glug in one go, and oh, we need a lot of blazing axe-head fish. That's gonna take a bit. Where are those ones? Moongleam sapling. Well, that is also going to take torture. I will need to buy that myself. Farm that myself eventually. Hi. Who are you? An avid fisherwoman? That's all. Maybe a fanatic, depending on how you define these things. And what verdict? Nothing. It's just that fishing can get a little boring, so I tend to spend my time thinking about more fascinating matters. You know, important philosophical questions like, which fish is happier, one that lives in a pond or one that lives in the sea? What do you think? Ponds are small but safe, whereas the sea is vast but full of danger. I think you'd have to ask the fish. Good point. It's just a pity I can't speak fish, otherwise I could conduct a survey. And... I think it depends on which fish you ask. I hadn't thought about that. Some maybe neither fish was happy. As both of them have to be fish and get eaten. Goodbye, leave you to think things over. Alright, so I'll bring a notebook next time. That way I won't have to keep starting from the top. Fishing enthusiast and a lover of books, fishing buddy of Ilmari and Pakani once reeled in a relic from the Atlas. But since it wasn't a fish, she simply tossed it back into the sea. Maybe it was a proof of the cognoscenti. This Hedvika, last time all she wanted was some foreign fishing rod. Why keep an eye on her? Oh, whatever. If Boss Neff says do it, you do it. Yahoda. Yeah. And yeah. Yahoda appears to have something on her mind. Fair enough. I am probably going to dip in about 15 minutes because I'm reaching the end of 4 hours and I'm still a little sleepy today. But thank you for popping in and watching. Always nice to have company. Sidvika, how are you liking the fishing rod you asked for us to get for you last time? Oh, hey, Miss Yahuda. Really should thank all of you for that. The fishing rod is excellent. I've caught so many fish with it. Want to try the rod out? Just put together some great bait. Use it and you'll be landing the big fish in no time. Really? I'll try it out then. What perfect timing. I've been wanting to learn how to fish. No problem, just wait a moment, I'll go get some information for you. By the way, Miss Hidvika, how long does it usually take to hook a fish? Never really noticed, and sometimes when I'm fishing, the afternoon just passes by in the blink of an eye. How about surely you notice the moment you have a fish bite? Well, but it's also quite normal to go an entire afternoon without having a bite on the line. You know, rather than catching fish, I'm actually more interested in the process of fishing. Hey, y'all, haven't we've just yet, I just found you your info. I just remembered there's something I have to attend to. I'll see you again then, and does not want her time wasted. So let's go and see if there's anything over in the Blue Amber Lake to clear out. Nothing nearby. Huh. So we can go and fix up the meeting point then, and I think that'll be... Now, one more thing should take us to 90 and enable full construction. Provoge, we've already spoken to you about your insurance. Life insurance. It's nothing new. They're safe and sorry. I'll be going now. Already spoken to you. You don't run into anything unthinkable. Yeah, who are you? Proprietor of the rest stop, Cursed Place, Shipwreck, and the Nothing Passage, and Merchants attacked, and all those we kind of solved. Well, Shipwreck did not get solved, but we looted it. Just treasure clues, and Nothing Passage, which we got rid of the collar, and they mutually annihilated. Merchant attacks were due to that Kairagi who we killed. Break from the road, do us well not to pass twice, sell insurance, while a while back, Northerners went. So Nothing Passage and all died. Should be wary. And the insurance is life insurance. And it pays out to a beneficiary, and we don't need it because we're young. Yep, exactly. Yeah, there we go. Let's go up topside and let's take the route up. Sure. Oh, of course, there's not much around. Take the elevator. Lift activated. So there is should be at least one chest there, right? Seems to be. Ah, yep, more. These portable bearings, which I got at a previous point in time, actually. Of course, they're for Yahuda and for Flynn's. So no, Yahuda and Aino. So I did not need to be farming anymore, really. And now yep, we're up here. How exciting. Down that way, not really needed it. The moonlight's still here, very pretty. So the question is that up top or... Well, the fishing spot is glowing. That's nice at least. It may not be here. It... Maybe. Hi, hello. You don't even need to... use a burst or apply any more hydro. The clouds persisted long enough for it to just get broken. Okay, so there's one right here. Is this going to be it? Is this going to be it? It may be. All these ramshackle bridges. Hi. And I hit you. Hello there. No. And burst. Okay. That's the end of that. Oh, to be fair, we didn't have to beat it to finish that up, did we? That was nothing. Unpleasant. There's that one little outcropping down there, and that forces me to wonder. Okay. This there, and... Oops! That was bad. Guess we can fight you if we're already here. Because you, of course... We can run Lunar Bloom on you. Very exciting. Okay, cool. Okay. I really don't like that part. You know... okay. Let's hit you this way. Nice. You know, I can just run this. What? Okay. Well, okay. And just hit you with a Winter Charge procs, and this will finish things out, I suppose. That's perfectly fine. But the Hydra's on you because you're in the water. Okay. Finally, freedom. Or never. We got uncertain boundaries. I think that should be enough for meeting point construction now, right? It's still 89. You're kidding. Well, alright. Let's heal up somewhere. I guess we'll just poke around the lake. Where, again, I don't imagine there's going to be much, if anything, left. We did clear it out pretty thoroughly the first time around. Except for... there's an Oculus there. The cooldown is longer when it detects... This guy is different here. This guy is different here. Yeah. So we have to climb up initially. Barrens. It's really high up, but if you're just going over the barrens, it doesn't feel that way. It's a natural grade up top. Honestly, it was really easy for me to forget how high up this spot is. Because it's really high up. Same with this spot here, where one of the obstacle course commissions occurs. But, yeah. Nothing nearby. Wow. We'll finish this up, get to max on the... That goes up to the unnamed northern area with all the thunder. But to do all these little puzzles to get starfruit. That was most of the loot budget of the area. Back when we were just doing the initial quest. Nobody is here anymore. Moonglow Firefly. But again, this is what the Radiant Moonfly is based on. If I wanted to be funny, I could, again, make it playable or something. And the game I've always talked about wanting to make a Miliastra, but never will probably. Hi. You're just gonna do this on your own, huh? Huge damage. And all I had to do was let Ineffa just put down Brigitte. It is just better official. Well, official now has some support capabilities, which is very nice. By way of Hexrai buffs. But still. Guy who insists that Fischl is overrated. There was someone who tried to insist online that Fischl was a better support than Bennett. Because there was someone who made a post about the best Hoyo supports of all time and had Bennett as just #1. Because the fact that he's been relevant since the start of the game and still is today. Basically saying, due to Dendro, Fischl is better now, but maybe for a little bit with Aggravate, but given the fact that every damage number with regards to Dendro in terms of spread, Aggravate, Hyper Bloom, Burgeon Bloom was set and has not changed or been buffed at all. Dendro has significantly fallen off, so to speak. And to be fair, you're still going to be wanting to run that instead of, say, Bennett for Kaching and Ruin Hidden Fusion with C6. which was a reason that a lot of people did not C6 their Bennets to run physical Cutching. Dendro has fallen off, but Dendro is still the best way to run Cutching. It's just that Cutching isn't good. Hello, how are you doing? I'll be on for a little bit longer. Pretty soon, hopefully. I'll get some hours reduction in work and therefore be able to start things earlier on Fridays. Which I imagine will be better for certain parties that are you. We'll see. And we can dash, cancel. Very good. Fun. But it's still... I don't think you've been here for me to say it, but Nefer is actually not as good as Flynn's. When they're both running premium teams, Flynn's is stronger. And that's a team with Ineffa on it, providing a shield. The best Nefer team has no defense, no healing, no sustain whatsoever. And essentially the comparison is Flynn's, Columbina, Ineffa, and Sucrose versus Columbina, Nefer, Nahida, and Lauma. And of course that Lauma team, well, the Nefer team has no defense or healing whatsoever, and the Flynn's team is actually still better in terms of DPS. And to get that Nefer team's best DPS, you have to do a bunch of wacky dash cancels, which are very fun. But it's very, very funny that even with all that work, it's actually worse. I joked earlier that Nefer is the first female male Genshin character. Because all that work and still weak for no reason. That said, I do appreciate Flynn's being an undisputed meta contender. That, at least, is enlivening. Let's get those fireflies. Not that we needed them. And let's go fishing. I think I might have said before, I don't know if you heard, that you can make a lot of really cool things with Open Secret Letter. Wouldn't forget you, money be made until solid amount of competitions. Go ahead, bring back up. Usual cut, then things get better. We've seen that before, but it's finding the perfect consent here, probably. Let's do some fishing. I wanted to make a multiplayer game where you would be able to... Because I saw someone was able to make some of the monsters controllable, just a game where you would have monsters fight other monsters. Remember, like Southern Shell was one, and in particular, be able to evolve weaker forms into stronger forms, similar to a video game that I never got to play that you may have heard of called Evolve. One of the fishing points registered with the Nodcry Fishing Association is located in the southern shallows of Blue Amber Lake. Scenery here is lovely and the fish are plentiful. There we go. But again, we have the Moonstringer. We don't need the regional rod. That came out in 2.1. The first patch where fishing was added, and it's better than any fishing rod in the game otherwise. So we got a special version of the common axe head fish. So that's got Tabibito. You may or may not have heard, but Varka drops next patch too. His DPS is interesting because he's strong but not crazy, and in particular, he's not as strong as any of the Nodcry characters on premium teams with his current premium team, which is Bennett, Venti, Durin, and of course himself. Varka team with no Varka. But to be fair, a lot of that is because I would probably say he's a bit more AoE focused. The local legend that got added, the Hexadecatonic Mandragora, is an AoE focused boss. You're supposed to crowd control it. It scatters about into little minis, and you have to beat up its minis. Which is Blazing Axe-Head Fish. A fish with unique morphology, family ties to the axe marlins. Yeah. To banana axe-shaped skulls. This rare variant, marked by a vivid searing spine like a branding iron, is an uncommon sight in the waters of Nodcry. Local legends, tell the time when those who dare provoke nature's ire drift on boats across these waters, only for this fish to silently appear and slice through their holes with its blazing hot back, sending the wrongdoers to a watery grave. Out of respect, and perhaps a touch of superstition, lucky anglers who manage to reel in a blazing axe head often release it back into the wild or house it reverently in an ornate aquarium. But Flynn's has AoE, but it's not his focus. He does have Sucres on the team, but he's not running Venti. So pure crowd control isn't really going to happen with him. And the other thing is Mauler Sharks. Okay. You know, Ineffa is pure single target, really. Generally. Though, again, Flint still deals more damage and has some AoE, so again, it's sad. Isn't it sad, Ineffa? Maybe they'll make her stronger in the future. Maybe. But a veggie Mauler Shark. But as I was saying, Varka also may get a good deal stronger when Nicole comes out, who's supposed to be coming out in either 6.5 or 6.6, which is to say Luna 6 or Luna 7, because it's one ahead, because it's stupid. Because Varka's a Hexerai character, Venti and Durin are as well. The only one in that team who isn't is Bennett, which if it's meant to be a sort of Hexerai core, the replacement is obvious. That's still too close. Wow. Okay. Imagine if the birds could just steal the fish. That'd be funny. Are you gonna go get the bait? There we are. They're very cautious, these ones. But as I was saying, the question is just whether Nicole is, as with any other Hexerai character, and just turns it on, has some additional bonus for Hexerai, and therefore you don't get any special bonus for having 4 during Venti, Varka, and Nicole, but it's just a matter of all of them benefit for Hexerai, so it's good to run them with other Hexerai, and Nicole is stronger than Varka on the team, for example. I mean, Nicole's stronger than Bennett on the team, so you'd run Varka there. Well, Nicole there instead of Bennett, and therefore get the Hexerai bonus from the others and stronger buffs. But one way or another, he's not terrible. He also, doing his story quest gets you a skin, not for him, but for his weapon. I don't believe it's for just his signature, but it's a unique weapon appearance that only he can equip to, I believe, any Claymore. It also changes the appearance of the sort of sidearm blade that he carries, which does not change based on his weapon, but of course looks better with his signature. But of course you can just equip the skin, and they automatically match no matter what weapon you have. And that's the Frosted. It doesn't automatically go to the one you caught, unfortunately. And with their bluish-violet backs, these axe-head fish, we haven't caught any of the normal ones yet. Once mistaken by ordinary anglers as a rare and valuable species from northern waters where the sea ice floats. As a result, they were often kept and raised in near-freezing conditions. In truth, their unique coloring comes not from the cold, but from a diet quite different from that of the common axe-head fish. For researchers studying the nutrient pathways of local aquatic ecosystems, these fish make for a surprisingly useful sample note in the food chain. And now we can see this one too. Even though we haven't gotten a single normal one, it still works for the item description in the fishing GUI when you start. Huh. That's somewhat interesting. Kinda wish I had Llama in the party right now, so that I could jump higher. Yep, this made that moon lane up in the sky. I guess we'll go through the workshop down below, I guess. And then we'll pick up one more chest, just to make sure that... Oh, goodness. Portable bailing. Messily scribbled notes. With satins such that you can see them. So I meant to fill Tanae's wish. I do not wish to say that is her final wish, for I hope it is not so. I told her every story I know, even some I do not, but invented to comfort her. Tolfin often comes to see us. Right. As in the Aurora. Because it's all about creation of the Aurora there. Let's put that far out. It's safer that way. This is where we got the Another one of the pieces of the Cognoscenti, that's right. So this is where we got the circlet. We got the goblet from the Vitui Bureau, and we got the feather from the shipwreck. What is very cool is that during this quest, the bad guy tries to pass off a normal cup as the Cognoscenti goblet, and if you already have the Cognoscenti goblet, you can call his bluff. Yeah, but now that we've gone up here, there's no real further purpose, but it's the only moon lane that has this hanging star aurora effect. But given that it comes out of the orb there in the on top of the big iron whale, it is presumably this whole deal artificially constructed, which a moon lane not created accidentally or by a spirit is interesting. Though there are those ones in Nashitown, but there are moon spirits in Nashitown too. Ah, it's very pretty. There's the big moss ball. Yeah. I'll do the rest later. I think this patch cycle I can finish things, and then I can do the quests next patch with Varka, I guess. That's fun. That's finished. Let's go back. Oh, and we're so high up it hasn't loaded in the elevator platform. That's funny. When's it gonna pop in? That took a while to pop in. Guess they're intending you to not be able to see it because of the way the terrain is positioned, but even still. Right, and this collapses on the way in initially, so we can't actually get through the workshop this way anymore. Not that there's anything left at this point, but these crates are not breakable. Yeah, this is just the story of Aino's her adopted child. The Golden Age. Right, but this is the workshop of Papa Wrench, who was this old mechanic who taught Aino how to make robots. So the area is kind of connected to Aino in one of the documents in here, which I did find and actually read the entirety of out loud when I did this quest. It does mention her, which is very cute. This is how we were initially meant to escape. The traveling merchant. Yep, he remembered his life as Old Chesterine. Right. There were a number of chests in here that we got before. Don't sneeze, Aino. Aww. Yeah, but this is where it mentioned. You see Island, Aino, a girl of 10 or so. How long ago was this? It is more in Nashitown. During a break. No, but this was... No, not Aino. This was the mechanic gal from the Thunderclap Reef quest in Hisi, that's right. Okay. Damian from the flagship. Snezgrad, Novakitsagrad, and Morpasok are 3 cities in Sneznai we know about, which is nice. And yep, and the tools, and it's Aino. There we go. Character mentioned in the lore document. Another one of those octopuses that shot these waves at us that we had to dodge. So I guess the real question is, do I leave the meeting point construction with Aino for next time, or do I just pick up one chest now? I think I'll leave it for next time and hop off now, actually. What did I... Okay. Beneath the Forsaken Sea. So what that means is that next time it'll be... Well, next time I explore, because next time, I'm doing Abyss. I'm doing... Oh, goodness. Jibai rolls and Abyss, really. Because I'll be rolling for Noob's weapon at that point, and therefore able to do that as well. Yeah. That's fine. Did all this up top, bit of walking around the coast and such. So we got this left on Lempo. Cool. And again, we basically explored the entirety of one area in the new North Islands worth, because it kind of looks like an upside down Britain. Holy crap, it's the Galar region. But as I was saying, it's been fun. I think I'm going to... Well, what's one last quick thing I do? That's right. Let's use the Sustainless Never team and fight... Oh... Fight Sigurd. It's going to take a bit, but sure. That's fine. It's a little rough. Rough. I mean, Abyss won't take long. I could probably do TCG next Friday, too. I am not going to get my hopes up. If I can, I can. And then probably next weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, will be for... Both next Saturday and Sunday can be for doing Lantern Rite. Then the weekend after that, I think I'll do some Pokemon, actually. Or, whatever. Once I catch up in this game, I'll do Pokemon. This guy had a Pokemon. And Permanent Hydro. That's interesting. That does mean we're gonna get Winter Charge like crazy. Normal Electro Charge like crazy. No. That's fun. And no. Thank you. We just barely missed this. Okay. But I'm not going to be the one triggering that reaction, am I? That failed to hit. That was kind of disappointing. Thanks. Get that back. Okay. Thank you. And another big hit. Thank you. And... because it's not Columbina, it's a little bit worse. Okay. Now, let's kill you with a Bloom Nuke. Oh, that was crazy. That was fun. Ah. There we go. Oh, but the dew was gone. Yeah, but that can be 2 rotations. That was fun. Now, to be fair, Same's true of the Flynn's team. And that does not require doing witchcraft to work. You put your shield up and you hit with 2 mini bursts and you can spend the rest of the time dodging. It is genuinely kind of cruel. Yeah, oh, a man can laugh while a woman must chuckle. But instead of a joke about Swifties on Twitter, it's... just Lauma, Nefer being the game's first female-male character, requiring all sorts of crazy tech and actually being worse than Flynn's. Though Shibai is going to be better than both, and she is just going to be a normal attack spam character. Her only sustain would be either Zhongli or Goro, with Goro's C4 healing. The really funny thing is she doesn't really need it, because she has a lot of defense and not much HP, so the Goro healing will work well, because she doesn't have that much HP, and most of it's coming from defense, so she gets more use out of that tiny bit of HP Goro's healing, and she can probably afford to just face tank stuff, but yeah, regardless, I've said enough. I think we'll chill. And that's a bit more of this area. Maybe one day I'll walk with Fiorina from Oshkanawan up here. It is very funny. Of all the places to be able to really just see in Natlan, it's the resort and Ushka-Natlan. To be fair, that's because they made them north, but it's just... And because the stadium and most everything else is just down, sunken, and got the volcano, I guess, but... Well, you can see the volcano from here. Can you? Yeah, you can see Ushka-Natlan, the volcano. The resort, it's just... The resort itself is hilariously far away. It's about as close to Nodgrai as it is to... It's closer to Ushka-Natlan, but... Huh. You can even see the Skyfire Circlet. You can not really see the Tonatia. Maybe that's for the better. Oh, yeah, that's actually one quick thing then. One quick thing then. Let's obliterate Bronzelock with Sustainless Nefer. Sure. Okay. Nice. Now we can maximize the time I've got here. Okay, well, alright. No. That's fun. Nice. Another one. We missed some crits. That's a shame. Well, we got close. Let's just hit a bit more. Yeah, but we needed to get lucky in a way that was not given to us, I suppose. Well, if you die, I guess it doesn't work. I think I was probably also just dash canceling too soon. It's a really fun tech, but it's easy to get overzealous with. Okay. Let's just continue. Let's get this back. No Nodgrai, so no revival. Yeah. Dina? You need to get your burst back. Okay, that's good for now. That'll be enough. Let's kill that thing and... Exactly, just gotta go a little bit slower. The Q is largely when the white woman normals sweep hits, but that's not the only Q. Thanks. No. That's okay amount of damage, too. Okay, cool. Thanks. Now we can cancel that like so. And now well, we wanted to go a little bit faster then. That's sad. Well, not necessarily a little bit faster, but just start things up because you could see we were losing the damage there. Okay. Alright. Thank you. And now... And I think this will not quite. Okay. There we go. Flynn's can, well, to be fair, he has to sort of get paid in advance, so to speak, by starting it off with a full burst and then using his regeneration to get a bit more. But you can, not a bit more, but it's the Moonridge dew is consumed after normal dews, so it's a little rough to use. Okay. Okay, cool. So yeah. You want to use the burst in the middle to refresh your dews. It does make her... It's not that much different than I was running her before, which was running the burst at the end, but it's a fast rotation, therefore a lot more DPS. Interesting. Well, next time I get a chance to use Nefer, I guess I'll be able to show off my skills. So I think that'll be all for today. If anyone is still here, Saturagan.